not exactly me when you're watching it, but there is essences of my life within it and different metaphors. It's a very metaphorical, kind of surrealistic, kind of musical journey that you're watching. But it's definitely something that, going back to your very first question, that I feel proud of. I feel like as an artist, this is the one thing that you want to do. You want to take what you know, what you've learned through your own experiences and make something that has a true, that is honest and that is personal, but also that has a message to it that you feel really compelled to share.
Can I share something with you that probably won't surprise you now? And that is that I'm getting to know you over time, and I don't really know Ben. But after that conversation, I was concerned because you were saying, hey, I'm celebrating this old album. I'm back in love. We're great. I'm married again. It's happily ever after. I'm going to tell that story again. And I didn't know the nuances of how it's going to be about self-worth and identifying yourself.
No,
and
I didn't want to.
I'm like, oh, my days, you're going to do this again? Like, didn't you just do this 20 years ago and didn't that bring all this pressure on? And so when I heard the music again in relation to The Dark and the movie, I was relieved that other people were concerned as well.
I don't think anybody understood what I really wanted to do, not even Ben. You know, he was like, I didn't understand that it wasn't about me. No, it wasn't about him.
Yeah.
This was about a personal journey and the things that I've learned and really about understanding that to love, you need to know yourself and love yourself first. And you can't give up on that. You can't give up on yourself, you know? And I think we all get hopeless at times. I think we all kind of want to go, oh, fuck this. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. And all I'm saying is don't. Hang in there. You know what I mean? Just keep doing the work on you. Just keep it focused. You are the thing. You know where you fall short. You know where your strengths are. And hold on through the difficult times. Because I feel like all of that time was difficult times. And that's this whole thing of everybody around me kind of being nervous about what I was trying to say. Yeah. I think now when they see it, they go, oh, I would hope that I think that's what you're saying. I don't know.
Definitely, everyone comes to that conclusion, but so do you. And that's what's beautiful about the trade.
I know I'm putting myself out there. I know that. But I believe that the message is worth it.
Yeah.
And as an artist, that's all you can do is do what you feel, despite, like I say, do it fucking afraid.
That's such a great line.
Fuck it.
Yeah. Nah, fuck it. Like
you can only, it's like I have to put my head down at night and go, okay, am I happy with what I've done or am I not? Was I too afraid to do what I felt in my heart I should do?
How depressing would it be to come out of all of this time, all of this work, 20 years after you fell in love with Ben the first time and still be afraid?
That would be tragic. That would be tragic. And I had a beautiful vision, and I had a great partner in Dave Meyers. I don't want to leave him out of this
either. Did a great job. Amazing.
Who is such a incredible visualist and a great director. And we really did this project together. And he was so gracious to almost let me kind of direct right alongside of him every single idea and things that we wrote in it and all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But
it's all there in the music. That's the thing that I'm so happy about, the fact that the album just snaps. And it fucking it jumps out of the headphones and out of the speakers.
Thank you.
And it sounds so present, and the songs know themselves so well.
I think every lyric on there is no fluff. There is no kind of like, oh, we're just going to do this because it sounds good. Yeah. Everything is very purposeful. Every lyric, every sentiment, every between the line thing that you can have, even all of the music, everything that Roger and Angel and
Beautiful
Giddy and all of these guys did is so kind of elevated. And the perfect kind of environment for this. And they did it. And it was only because they felt it too. They felt it and understood the mission in a way, but they understood that this had to have its own sound, but it still had to be me. I didn't want to sound like everything that's out there and current and all of that right now. I knew just having them work on it was going to make it current. I knew that making something beautiful makes it current. Those fears have left me a long time ago. You know what I mean? I don't think about that when I'm making music.
It sounds like your audio palette. It has the harp and it has the gentle touches of everything with the heavy low end and the danceable beats, and it gives you this beautiful canvas upon which to paint the truth. And I think about some of the songs that really jump out, like Rebound. What an incredibly succinct way to describe one of life's most beautiful and ill-advised moves.
But it's the thing, though. It's just like there's nobody who hasn't done this. And it was just like, it's such a perfectly, for me, written song. Like you hear it and you understand.
You understand it straight away.
That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. Ran into your arms, running from the pain. Look past all the,
It's got to be a line you walk, though, when you make something that, whilst embellished and turned into more of a universal metaphor about self-worth and the healing of one's own heart, that you are drawing inspiration from the album and therefore drawing inspiration from your life story. So there is a beautiful marriage of those things. Mm-hmm. And I think about how you walk that line whilst respecting the relationships that kept you safe in those times until they didn't.
Yeah.
And there's a moment that you kept in the movie, which I thought was powerful, about potentially working with Anthony Ramos and him saying, "Look, I'm friends with Mark."
Yeah, he really felt like, "Is this about Mark?" And I'm like, "No, this is an amalgamation, kind of like an idea about being in toxic relationships," and and it's funny because this was just even this week, as I'm thinking about it, I'm remembering still as I delved into my past and looking at that 20-year journey as I was writing this movie, I remembered things from years ago that wound up in the film. You know what I mean? That before This Is Me Then, in relationships where that little pattern that I had, not that anybody else had, that I had to be in and attract this type of relationship and not understand myself enough to, say, I don't like this. I don't I like the way this feels, or this is not who I am, or, what one therapist used to call kind of like sliding under men. You know what I mean? Sliding under them and, not being in my full voice and in my full power all the time. That pattern started way long before any marriage I ever had. But I thought it was very important because we wrote the song Rebound and because that was about, relationships and being dysfunctional and running from relationship to relationship and rebounding and rebounding. It wasn't one time. It wasn't one time I did it. I did it several times.
Yeah, it may take a while to learn the lesson. You may have to learn it too many times,
yes,
but
you keep making the same mistakes until it gets worse and worse and worse, and then you go, okay, enough of this.
How challenging, if at all, was it for Ben to watch that particular sequence and
I think this whole entire process has been difficult for Ben because he's much, he's not a musical artist, and so he doesn't share things in that way musically. He kind of writes stories and directs movies, and everything's all kind of like acting and, in that realm. Whereas with music, it's a different thing. It's like, you put your thing right on the record. Yeah. And I think right from the, writing Broken Like Me for him was something that he couldn't bear. He would leave the studio and just be like, I can't, this is too much, for me to even think about, like, that you feel this way or that you felt that way or that you make the, even though he pushed me to do those things. Like, look at this. Look at the pain. Look at this. Don't just make this record about all the happy, sunshiny hearts and flowers. Make it the other thing too. Infuse it with that too. And that's what got me on the path to, looking at like, okay, I don't want to just make a compilation of music videos or put out a single and a video and take the normal route that everybody does. I realized that there was something much more important for me to do here with this music. I thought it was special enough to do something really extraordinary and that had never been done.
And isn't that who he fell in love with in the first place?
Yeah,
right?
in a way.
It's not like he woke up one day and went, wait, you're ambitious?
Yeah.
I did not see that coming.
Yeah. Or that he knows my heart. He knows I wear my heart on my sleeve.
Artist.
He knows who I am and he accepts that and loves me. That's why, and I love who he is, and so that part of it may have been uncomfortable in different moments for him. But at the end of the day, I think he thinks, you have to express yourself the way you want to express yourself. I would never want you to tell me, don't make that movie or don't write about that or don't write about this. No, he has to do what he has to do as in, to fulfill his own life.
I have to say, having not really spent much time speaking with him, I thought that the way that he shows up in this documentary is fantastic.
Oh.
The way that he sees you and shows his concern, but also allows you the space to be able to make your own decisions, be it good ones or bad ones, and trusts you.
Yeah.
But all the while sort of pointing out quite quietly and thoughtfully that, there may be still a few questions you have to ask yourself.
Yeah.
Like, why are you still doing this? And is this enough? Really thoughtful, really
That's
cool.
who he is. That's truly who he is.
Not just the eternally tired guy getting out of the GMC
Yes.
with a coffee in his hand.
He's also that guy.
Which is, by the way,
he's also.
I love that side of him. I'm not gonna lie. He speaks for all of us.
We have 5 kids. We're eternally exhausted. I just wear a lot more makeup.
I may have a few too many social media posts favorited of Ben Affleck getting out of cars tired. Because I'm like, that is exactly me. He must crack up laughing, though, that we all sort of identify with that side of him. And like,
he always says, he's like, I have become the symbol for the beleaguered man. He's like, I don't know how this happened. And it's because they just have to follow me every single day. And a lot of times it's like the thing of like, oh, he's mad at Jennifer. He's happy with Jennifer, all of this nonsense. And he's like, no, I'm not happy because the paparazzi's there again.
That Grammys thing, which you laugh about in the doc, was like, that was like a real thing. People were analyzing that. Like, what are they talking about? Like, what's going on?
And you want to hear something funny? So Fat Joe, who's in this movie.
Great therapist, by the way. I can't wait.
Amazing.
Only we could all have therapists as good as Fat
Joe. He was at the Grammys. And his experience was so that he sat right behind us at the Grammys.
Right.
And he goes, God, you guys were so happy. You couldn't keep your hands off each other. But the cameras didn't catch that. They caught us going, oh, the guy's coming. Shh.
Yeah.
Doing that thing.
That's what you were doing, right? You were like, just hold it down.
I was like, no. I know, because he was like, I'm moving out. And I was like, no, don't leave me. Come back. And then I tried to just be kind of normal. And everybody thought I was like, I don't know what they thought. Who cares? But the point is, it is very funny. And we do have fun with it and laugh with it because, we feel very good about where we are right now.
And that's the difference. The difference is that over the course of in the space between then and now, it doesn't matter.
Well, that stuff would have got to us before.
Exactly.
And now it doesn't.
Yeah.
Because, again, we know who we are. We're older. We have 5 kids, which is so much more important than any of the other bullshit.
Yeah.
We want them to be good. We worry more that they read things like these things and, more than what we feel about it. It's like, what do they feel? Do they think we're fighting? We're not fighting.
And you can't protect them from that, right? You can't protect them from that.
We can't because they're, techie kids like every other kid. They're on their phone constantly. They're, search everything. The minute you say any new word to them, they look at, any new name, any new anything, new information. They want to know what it is, and they know they can. And so they're much more informed and much more, and it's, totally into the meme culture and think it's hysterical.
Oh, I know. We have 2 teenage boys. I get it. Do you ever feel that you have to sit them down and remind them that it's not real, what they're reading or what they're seeing? Or do they know you enough to know that it's not real?
Yes. And now that they're a little bit older, we have, we try not to like make it such a big thing in our house because we have, their lives are so much more than the fact that we're their parents in that way, that they're famous, we're famous. And so we do it in ways that kind of just like go by, like, that's not, that's ridiculous, right?
Yeah,
They're like, no, we know. And they're all so incredibly smart and heartful and brilliant in their own ways, and have handled this really well, because the five of them have had a difficult kind of, I wouldn't say difficult, but kind of like this surrealistic kind of upbringing where they've been watched from the time they were very.
With the person who was part of the original Heartbreak. That's what we focused on a year ago, kind of. And I know now that I've seen everything as well as heard everything to some degree that you want to show, which is everything.
Yeah. Well, I think
it's about you, isn't it? Wasn't it about you? Wasn't it about
it
you
was always
finding
what you realize is that it's always about you.
Yeah.
That everything is about you. All the things that you think are wrong, all the things you think are great, all the things you think you can do better, everything is about you. And sometimes we focus so much on people and how they feel about us and what they think about us and how we want them to love us and how we want to love them and all of the things. And we forget that everything that's being created in our life is us. It's nobody else. We can be affected by certain things if we allow people to affect us in different ways. But the truth is, it's really about you and your journey and what you're going to make of your life and how you're going to create it and how much you're going to kind of learn to accept who you are.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
That's a big one. And to do that, you sort of have to acknowledge who you were. And
you have to.
And in a lot of respects, that the journey that you are on, you weren't necessarily in charge of the starting point on that. It wasn't by design. It just happened. And I mean, you would not only acknowledge that in the film and in the documentary, you start the album with it. The opening line is so personal.
Yeah.
About your mother and about the idea of what you invest your life into, whether or not it was the right use of your energy and your time, and how that won't be you. That's a powerful observation.
Yeah, I think, the first line of the record of the whole entire album, and well, first of all, it's the title track, which, sometimes rarely happens, that title track really defines the whole project. And This Is Me Now, when we wrote that record on the first day that we were in the studio.
Was it day one?
Day one, we wrote Greatest Love Story Never Told and This Is Me Now.
You wrote the bookends on day one?
Yes. And I was like, that's it. We have the beginning, and I knew it. I said, This Is Me Now is going to start the record. Greatest Love Story Never Told is going to end the record.
Wow.
Now we just have to get the rest of it together.
But honestly, I've been doing this for so long. Do you know how often people are waiting for the center of something to show up? Often you have the organs and the flesh, but you haven't got the heart. You got the heart on day one.
Yeah. I think when I walked in there with that book, and I, kind of presented it to everybody, which I shared this with you in the listening session, this book that was a gift that my husband gave me on our first Christmas back together. And it just had all these letters and correspondences that we had from the time we were together years ago, and then when we got back together. And there was a few emails in between that were very kind of like cordial, but he also kind of put our story in there in that book. And we had all these letters, and he's a writer, so he writes long, beautiful, poetic letters. And I brought it in there, and that kind of really set the tone for everybody to understand what the mission was. Like, we're going to put this feeling of this journey and what I've learned about love, which I've been searching for my whole life. What is it? What does it mean? Does it exist? Into this record. And we're going to show people through this music a celebration of love, but really that true love exists and forever. Some things do last forever. I think people, we all get sold this kind of bill of goods, like these magical things don't exist in life, and they do. Magic is out there. It's real.
But you have to work to hold on.
Well, that's why the whole story was not the album.
Yeah, right.
The whole story has to do with how you get there and the things that the difficult, really challenging things we have to go through as people to learn ourselves and to understand ourselves and to get to a place where we can do the thing that human beings are meant to do in this life, which is love. Love each other, right? Like, that's the big mission. It's like, that's the goal. That's the thing that, you know, if you get to the end of your life, you go, I love somebody and they loved me too. And I left that. I got to experience that as a human being. Like, that was always the goal.
Yeah,
for me, right?
the goal was this. Everything that's in this room, right? The goal was the pedals and the love story on wax.
That's the art of it.
That's the dream of it, right? The art of it, yes, beautiful. But true love is having the person, your soulmate, sit on camera and see a side of you that you didn't even see yourself until you did the work. Recognizing that only you can go through that experience to truly learn to love yourself. That's true love. That's real soulmate.
Well, what it is it allows you the love, when it allows you the kind of like bed to lie in to look at those things.
Yeah.
Because I think when I was on my own all those years and in and out of different relationships, I was wondering, you know, why things didn't go in a way that I wanted them to go, because I had the best intentions with these relationships. And I think those people did too. And it was like, why? And the thing was, is I had to figure out myself. The thing was, I wasn't looking at it. I never felt safe enough to really look at it. I just had to keep going because things hurt and it was hard and I didn't understand it. And I was trying to figure it out. And so when Ben and I got back together, I was able to, he was like, well, aren't you upset about some of these things that happened? I'm like, no, I'm good. And he's like, well, he made it safe for me to look at myself in a lot of ways that I just hadn't done. And now that I was older and had done a lot of work on myself, I was able to recognize that and go, well, yeah, I do need to look at those things. And the experience of making the record and being so happy and celebratory, and then delving deeper and deeper into the journey that it took to get there, which was, you know, harrowing at times and
tough.
painful and
work is tough. It's
and
really tough.
and not pretty.
Oh yeah,
And
my therapist said to me when I first went and found the right therapist on the 1.0 therapy, not the 2.0 therapy, the first time, and said, what do you want? I said, I want to go back. I don't want to be here. Let me go back to that place where I didn't realize there was anything wrong, and I was just blissfully unaware.
Ignorance can be bliss.
And he said, I got good news and bad news. He said, the bad news is you can't. You're here. There's only one way forward. The good news is it's going to be tough, but if you do the work, you'll be so much happier than you think you will.
It's going to be so much better. Yeah, it's going to be so much better. And what you realize is just it doesn't go just to your relationships. It goes way back further than that, to when you were a little kid.
Goes back to the first line on this album.
Yeah,
It goes back
I
to
watched my
those.
mother miss out on her life.
That's it.
And it's a heartbreaking thing. My mother hasn't even heard this yet, I don't think.
We're live right now.
Oh, we're live. I said, she has not heard it yet. And actually, I am going to play her the record.
I think you probably should.
No, I want to. And I know she's going to be like, well, what do you mean by that? And all kinds of things. And it'll open up a whole conversation. And I'm actually looking forward to that with her, to tell her how I feel about all those things.
Well, was that line, was in writing that line on day one and recognizing that who you became in many respects started as a child, like it does with all of us, recognizing simple things that most people don't think are going to stick. For some reason it sticks in you, and then that work ethic kicks in, and being a middle kid and trying to figure out what your role in all this was. Like, no one works harder than you. That's firmly established, but that can be a positive thing. It can also be a really powerful distraction.
It's incredibly unhealthy.
It's a distraction, right? Yeah,
it's totally dysfunctional on a certain level. And I think, too, that was part of looking at myself and learning myself and understanding that was, you know, part of who I was.
Yeah.
But I think the powerful thing about This Is Me Now is it is about accepting all the parts of yourself. Part of what I feel is my destiny as an artist to put out there. There was sometimes there was something driving me that I didn't understand that was driving me, because I was meant to do this music, this movie, this doc, this message, this tour, this thing, this movement that is important, I think, for people to, I think, is the most important thing in my life. So I just want to share that. I don't know if it'll be the most important thing in yours, but for me it was, and it is. And I will keep kind of following that instinct as an artist, because that's all I have. All of these things that I do amplified this in a way. The actor, the writer, the songwriter, the movie writer, the producer.
The same case last week, his was closed as well, but we're going to find out for sure later this morning, guys.
You're going to, if something really major happens, you'll let us know, I hope.
Absolutely.
Will you know? What are the, okay, what would be a totally surprising outcome in your view?
First of all, if it's open. Now, Apple and
to Neil. Right. No in sync. No. Now to the antitrust trial against Google. Apple executive Eddie Q will testify today, likely about the deal that made Google the default search engine on iPhone and iPad browsers. Steve Kovac joins us now with more. It's kind of intriguing.
Yeah, it's a big one. Yeah, so Apple's Eddie Q expected to testify today in the government's antitrust case against Google. And so you guys might be asking, why is Eddie Q at a trial against Google? Well, he's in charge of services at Apple. That includes the App Store, Apple TV Plus, Apple Music for you, Joe, and the billions a year Apple collects from Google to keep Google Search the default on iPhones and other Apple gadgets. And that's the key to the government's case against Google, alleging Google uses its deep pockets to pay companies like Apple, Samsung, and more to be the default search engine, squeezing out smaller competitors. Now, I'm told by sources familiar with Q's testimony today, he plans to defend the arrangement with Google, saying, for example, he believes Google is the best search engine and that users still have the option to switch their default. He'll also say Apple doesn't make its own search engine because Google's is already there and they consider it the best, and Apple doesn't need to allocate all those resources to building its own search engine. Now, some perspective on why Q would defend the arrangement in federal court. Those Google payments go towards Apple's important services revenue segment. And according to analysts at Bernstein in a note just last week, Google will pay Apple about $19 billion this fiscal year. That's about a quarter of all services revenue. Now, the testimony is likely going to be closed today. Another Apple executive testified in the same case last week. His was closed as well, but we're going to find out for sure later this morning, guys.
You're going to, if something really major happens, you'll let us know, I hope.
Absolutely.
Will you know? What are the, okay, what would be a totally surprising outcome in your view?
First of all, if it's open. Now, Apple and Google have fought to keep these testimonies under seal because a lot of trade secrets are being passed around in this trial. What everyone wants to know, though, is how much is Google paying Apple? You know, we have that $19 billion estimate. In court, there was an estimate that went from like $4 to $7 billion. Apple kind of refuted that, but we've never gotten the actual number from Apple on this.
All right, so Steve, last week we had Tim Wu with us.
Yeah.
He was one of the architects of the Biden administration's antitrust policy.
Right, and he left
going
recently.
After this. He left recently, so he's talking. He joined us last week. He said that he thinks this is a really strong case for the government. I kind of said, look, this is the equivalent of somebody selling the end of the aisle at a grocery store.
Right.
If there's another bidder who will come in and pay more, how is that anti-competitive? You could see Bing potentially paying up for something like this.
They could if they wanted to, but Apple keeps towing the line between, there's an irony here, right, Becky? You have Tim Cook coming out blasting the business models on the privacy front for Google and Facebook, yet still choosing the lucrative Google deal to keep that search. They say it's the best. Maybe they really believe that, but they also believe that $19 billion a year that we keep talking about is super important to them. So if Google loses this, that's bad for Apple.
Right.
19's up. I wish you had been here for that conversation with him, because he basically said everything Lina Khan has done has made sense because consumers have been so harmed. And I said, well, where? And he kept falling back on the healthcare sector for
Right.
where they had
Healthcare is one thing. I get that. Technology is a little
Well,
different.
then it came.
because
Then
we've-
2 days ago, the article was a hedge fund that's made hedge funds that have made
Right.
so much money betting against
And that's been the whole thing with this regulatory scrutiny we see with big tech is where's the consumer harm? You can kind of see it. So much of this is affecting developers and people kind of behind the scenes, but you and me, we're still paying, $10 a month for
But
Spotify
he
or whatever
argued
it
it
might
was
be.
perfectly reasonable for Lena Khan to bring a case against every single situation to see what sticks. And it made me think.
He did say that
in
there's
this
a cost
case,
to
it's
losing.
guilty before innocent. We're going to assume that this is bad.
And by the way, they're still fighting the Activision deal. We thought it was over. It's not over.
They assume every merger is bad, and then you got to prove that it's good. It's like the opposite of innocent.
And their track record's not super good.
It's not criminal court, though.
But one of the things
Not
that's, to me, so
criminal.
interesting about what Lena Khan is doing is I think even in cases where she's losing, in some ways I think she thinks that she's winning certain parts of the argument. So sometimes you've seen rulings where the overall case she's lost, but within the ruling there is effectively not new
Something
law
good
built,
is coming
but
from that?
No, I'm not saying I don't know
Moving-
whether it's good or
pushing
bad
the-
for her, but I'm
pushing the
saying
boundaries.
for the antitrust legal community, new sort of thinking is emerging in some of the rulings. Even if the overall ruling is a loss, there are things that then can get used for the next case.
the
Now,
thought. It's not
I'm not
Tim
sure
looked
that
different
I
with that.
think that it's appropriate per se to go after a company, especially if you were to
Just to
know
make
that
a
you would
point.
lose, to get one point that you could then use later. That seems
Tim
problematic.
Wu said that he's not sure he agrees with that either, that,
Right.
that there is a cost to continuing to lose. He said this is different, though, than the Obama administration where people were so frustrated because they would never bring any case unless they were absolutely sure they
I
would.
said Lena Khan wouldn't even make a Major League Baseball team with her batting average. He
Right.
said, well, 500 or 600. And he goes, she's not batting 500. She's batting.
It's way less than that. But look, you also got it almost. It's not a perfect comparison, but it almost reminds me about the abortion cases, right? We just saw for decades chipping away and chipping away and chipping away until we got the result that we got last year. You can kind of see this being a longer term play. Just chip away, chip away, chip away, chip away until you get what you want.
But do you get some huge pendulum swing if there's a new administration that comes back in?
Probably,
Like, do you
yeah.
throw it all out the window?
Another Trump term? Does this all go out the window? Who knows?
Although Trump brought some of these cases, too.
That's true.
Yep.
I mean,
So
a
maybe
lot of this
not.
started under the Trump administration, and especially the DOJ
But
case.
appointees can be. Remember the NLRB former lady? She was like, I'm sure she's on the line right now, picketing. And so
I just, in the end, on this Apple case today, situation today, have you played with Bing? I mean, it's good, but it's not Google.
I'd much rather have.
It's not Google.
I've been using it more and more. It's actually not bad.
Bing?
Yeah? But you think it's as good as Google?
No, Google's
From
better.
Groundhog
Okay.
Day.
And that's Apple's stance. That's what Apple's argument is. We use it because it's the best. It's best for our users. We can't create a better search
I don't even
engine.
understand that argument. If it's the best, why are they paying you $19 billion for it to be there? Wouldn't you just want the best for it to be there?
Yeah, exactly. Just do it for free.
Right, if it's the best, it's the best.
But there's a reason why this goes under the services business because it's not just being the default. It's based on usage. So the more people are searching and clicking on Google, the more money Apple makes from Google. You can kind of look at this in Google's results too, how much they're paying companies like Apple each quarter.
And you, Mr. Tech, but you let him fix my phone, because you knew my mute. I
was watching in the control room.
Here's what
It was
happened to me
hilarious.
this morning. Flat tire on you don't want a flat tire on the turnpike. You really don't. Number one. Number two. No Apple Music. The entire library had disappeared.
Everyone thinks I can
no
fix the
Captain
phone.
and Tennille.
Right.
No In Sync. No. Now to the antitrust trial against Google. Apple executive Eddie Q will testify today, likely about the deal that made Google the default search engine on iPhone and iPad browsers. Steve Kovac joins us now with more. It's kind of intriguing.
Yeah, it's a big one. Yeah, so Apple's Eddie Q expected to testify today in the government's antitrust case against Google. And so you guys might be asking, why is Eddie Q at a trial against Google? Well, he's in charge of services at Apple. That includes the App Store, Apple TV Plus, Apple Music for you, Joe, and the billions a year Apple collects from Google to keep Google Search the default on iPhones and other Apple gadgets. And that's the key to the government's case against Google, alleging Google uses its deep pockets to pay companies like Apple, Samsung, and more to be the default search engine, squeezing out smaller competitors. Now, I'm told by sources familiar with Q's testimony today, he plans to defend the arrangement with Google, saying, for example, he believes Google is the best search engine and that users still have the option to switch their default. He'll also say Apple doesn't make its own search engine because Google's is already there and they consider it the best. And Apple doesn't need to allocate all those resources to building its own search engine. Now, some perspective on why Key would defend the arrangement in federal court. Those Google payments go towards Apple's important services revenue segment. And according to analysts at Bernstein in a note just last week, Google will pay Apple about $19 billion this fiscal year. That's about a quarter of all services revenue. Now, the testimony is likely going to be closed today. Another Apple executive testified in the same case last week. His was closed as well, but we're going to find out for sure later this morning, guys.
You're going to, if something really major happens, you'll let us know, I hope.
Absolutely.
Will you know? What are they, okay, what would be a totally surprising outcome in your view?
First of all, if it's open. Now, Apple and Google have fought to keep these testimonies under seal because a lot of trade secrets are being passed around in this trial. What everyone wants to know, though, is how much is Google paying Apple? You know, we have that $19 billion estimate. In court, there was an estimate that went from like $4 to $7 billion. Apple kind of refuted that, but we've never gotten the actual number from Apple on this.
All right, so Steve, last week we had Tim Wu with us.
Yeah.
He was one of the architects of the Biden administration's antitrust policy.
Right, and he left
going
recently.
After this. He left recently, so he's talking. He joined us last week. He said that he thinks this is a really strong case for the government. I kind of said, look, this is the equivalent of somebody selling the end of the aisle at a grocery store.
Right.
If there's another bidder who will come in and pay more, how is that anti-competitive? You could see Bing potentially paying up for something
They
like
could,
this.
and they could if they wanted to, but Apple keeps towing the line between, there's an irony here, right, Becky? You have Tim Cook coming out blasting the business models on the privacy front for Google and Facebook, yet still choosing the lucrative Google deal to keep that search. They say it's the best. Maybe they really believe that, but they also believe that $19 billion a year that we keep talking about is super important to them. So if Google loses this, that's bad for Apple.
Right.
19's up. I wish you had been here for that conversation with him, because he basically said everything Lina Khan has done has made sense because consumers have been so harmed. And I said, well, where? And he kept falling back on the healthcare sector for where they had
Healthcare is one thing. I get that. Technology is a little different.
Then 2 days ago, the article was a hedge fund that's made hedge funds that have made so much money betting against Lina Khan.
And that's been the whole thing with this regulatory scrutiny we see with big tech is where's the consumer harm? You can kind of see it. So much of this is affecting developers and people kind of behind the scenes, but you and me, we're still paying, $10 a month for Spotify or whatever it might be.
It was perfectly reasonable for Lina Khan to bring a case against every single situation to see what sticks. And it made me think.
He did say that there's a cost to
losing. In this case, it's guilty before innocent. We're going to assume that this is bad.
And by the way, they're still fighting the Activision deal. That's right. We thought it was over. It's not over.
They assume every merger is bad, and then you got to prove that it's good. It's like the opposite of innocent.
And their track record's not super good.
It's not criminal court, though.
But one of the things that to me is so interesting about what Lina Khan is doing is I think even in cases where she's losing, in some ways I think she thinks that she's winning certain parts of the argument. So sometimes you've seen rulings where the overall case she's lost, but within the ruling there is effectively. Not new law built, but
from that?
No, I'm not saying I don't know whether it's good or bad. But I'm saying
boundaries.
For the antitrust legal community, new sort of thinking is emerging in some of the rulings. Even if the overall ruling is a loss, there are things that then can get used for the next case. Now, I'm not sure that I think that it's appropriate per se to go after a company, especially if you were to know that you would lose, to get 1 point that you could then use later. That seems
Tim Wu said that he's not sure he agrees with that either, that there is a cost to continuing to lose. He said this is different, though, than the Obama administration where people were so frustrated because they would never bring any case unless they were absolutely sure they would.
I said Lina Khan wouldn't even make a Major League Baseball team with her batting average. He said, well, 500 or 600. And he goes, she's not batting 500. She's batting.
It's way less than that. But look, you also got it almost. It's not a perfect comparison, but it almost reminds me about the abortion cases, right? We just saw for decades chipping away and chipping away and chipping away until we got the result that we got last year. You can kind of see this being a longer term play. Just chip away, chip away, chip away, chip away until you get what you want.
But do you get some huge pendulum swing if there's a new administration that comes back in?
Probably,
do you throw it all out the window?
Another Trump term? Does this all go out the window? Who knows?
Although Trump brought some of these cases, too.
That's true.
Yep.
I mean,
So
a
maybe
lot of this
not.
started under the Trump administration, and especially the DOJ
But
case.
appointees can be. Remember the NLRB former lady?
Yeah.
She was like, I mean, I'm sure she's on the line right now,
Right.
picketing, and so.
I just, in the end, on this Apple case today, situation today, have you played with Bing? I mean, it's good, but it's not.
No,
It's not
I'd
Google.
much rather have
It's not Google.
I've been using it more and more. It's actually not bad.
Bing.
Yeah, but you think it's as good as Google?
No, Google's
From
better.
Groundhog
Okay.
Day.
And that's Apple's stance. That's what Apple's argument is. We use it because it's the best. It's best for our users. We can't create a better search
I don't even
engine.
understand that argument. If it's the best, why are they paying you $19 billion for it to be there? Wouldn't you just want the best for it to be there?
Yeah,
for you?
exactly. Just do it for free. Out of
Right,
the
if
goodness-
it's the best, it's
Yeah,
the
they wanna
best.
but there's a reason why this goes under the services business, because it's not just being the default. It's based on usage. So the more people are searching and clicking on Google, the more money Apple makes from Google. You can kind of look at this in Google's results too, how much they're paying companies like Apple each quarter.
And you, Mr. Tech, but you let him fix my phone, because you knew my. Here's
I was
what
watching in the control
Here's
room.
what
It was
happened to me
hilarious.
this morning. Flat tire on. You don't want a flat tire on the turnpike. You really.
Yes.
You get a lot of opportunities because with growth, there's new things that you get to try. And in a way, to your point, someone doesn't have to die for you to get that job because there are new jobs getting created all the time. So I was lucky in that respect. But what I found is, there were times where the opportunities came fast and the promotions came fast.
You just broke some news.
We did. It's a great day for us. We announced that we did an acquisition this morning of Texture. Texture is an app that has been in the iOS store. It's beloved by our iPad users because you get access. About this, we talk about like sports and the TV app. We think there are ways to leverage technology to make the viewing experience even better.
You just broke some news.
We did. It's a great day for us. We announced that we did an acquisition this morning of Texture. Texture is an app that has been in the iOS store. It's beloved by our iPad users because you get access to all the great magazines from Condé Nast, from Time, Meredith, Hearst.
How does acquiring Texture advance the grand strategy of Apple News?
I think that there are a few things that we always cared about in Apple News. First of all, we wanted to bring great articles from trusted sources in a beautiful layout. Obviously, Texture, with the brands that I just told you about, they have magazines from Esquire to Vanity Fair to Time to Sports Illustrated. Some of the best magazines in the world. So they have some incredible content and content that takes a long time to create.
So let's keep talking about acquisitions. The Texture acquisition is a big deal for Apple News. Let's talk about Apple TV and the sort of grand strategy here. You are sitting at the top, or near the top of a company that has market value $910 billion, give or take. I'm sure you have more up-to-date statistics. You could, it seems to me, conceivably buy Netflix. You could even buy Disney if you wanted to. Do you want to buy Netflix or Disney?
Look, the good news is that both Netflix and Disney are great partners of ours and have been with us from the very beginning. Look, generally, the history of Apple, we haven't made huge acquisitions. And generally, we haven't done
Why?
Well, the reason we haven't done that is we tried to go, it's the old Gretzky quote, skate to where the puck is going, not to where it is.
I recognize skating to where the puck is going to be. At the same time, you have made a number of content acquisitions that do feel pretty traditional. I mean, you've got the Reese Witherspoon, Jennifer Aniston project, you have Damien Chazelle, you have a Steven Spielberg documentary, you've got a number of other things that sort of look like the acquisitions that an Amazon or Netflix or whoever might make. There is a feeling that you have to have this huge, enormous tentpole project. Why are you doing these sort of like staking little claims in the content space? Why not just go big and buy Netflix?
Well, we're all in. We're completely all in. There's a difference, though. We're not after quantity, we're after quality. We don't try to sell the most smartphones in the world. We don't try to sell the most apps. We try to make the best one, and hopefully the other piece happens. And so when you think of content, first of all, and you can see that here in South by Southwest, great storytelling is what's important. And you get great storytelling from big name people, and you also get it from new and up-and-comers. But you need to have a great story. I learned that in the early days when I was really, my whole background's computers. I got to meet Steve. Steve was running Pixar at the time, and Pixar had done like 2 or 3 or 4 hits in a row. And I said, like, why is Pixar always doing hits, and yet others are not? And we talked about the fact that it's all about the storytelling. And if the story's not right, they go back and do it again, and they get it right. And so great storytelling is what's important. So what we hope we're doing is that we hope we bring some amazing, great quality stuff. We'll have a few surprises. We think there's a real advantage in technology. We'll talk a little bit more about this as we talk about like sports and the TV app. We think there are ways to leverage technology to make the viewing experience even better.
You just broke some news.
We did. Great day for us. We announced that we did an acquisition this morning of Texture. Texture is an app that has been in the iOS store. It's beloved by our iPad users because you get access to all the great magazines from Condé Nast, from Time, Meredith, Hearst.
How does acquiring Texture advance the grand strategy of Apple News?
I think that there are a few things that we always cared about in Apple News. First of all, we wanted to bring great articles from trusted sources in a beautiful layout. Obviously, Texture, with the brands that I just told you about, they have magazines from Esquire to Vanity Fair to Time to Sports Illustrated, some of the best magazines in the world. So they have some incredible content, and content that takes a long time to create.
So let's keep talking about acquisitions. The Texture acquisition is a big deal for Apple News. Let's talk about Apple TV and the sort of grand strategy here. You are sitting at the top or near the top of a company that has market value $910 billion, give or take. I'm sure you have more up-to-date statistics. You could, it seems to me, conceivably buy Netflix. You could even buy Disney if you wanted to. Do you want to buy Netflix or Disney?
Look, the good news is that both Netflix and Disney are great partners of ours and have been with us from the very beginning. Look, generally, the history of Apple, we haven't made huge acquisitions. And generally, we haven't done...
Why?
The reason we haven't done that is we tried to go... It's the old Gretzky quote, skate to where the puck is going, not to where it is.
I recognize skating to where the puck is going to be. At the same time, you have made a number of content acquisitions that do feel pretty traditional. I mean, you've got the Reese Witherspoon Jennifer Aniston project, you have Damien Chazelle, you have a Steven Spielberg documentary, you've got a number of other things that sort of look like the acquisitions that an Amazon or Netflix or whoever might make. There is a feeling that you have to have this huge, enormous tentpole project. Why are you doing these sort of like staking little claims in the content space? Why not just go big and buy Netflix?
Well, we're all in. We're completely all in. There's a difference, though. We're not after quantity. We're after quality. We don't try to sell the most smartphones in the world. We don't try to sell the most apps. We try to make the best one, and hopefully the other piece happens. And so when you think of content, first of all, and you can see that here in South by Southwest, great storytelling is what's important. And you get great storytelling from big name people, and you also get it from new and up-and-comers. But you need to have a great story. I learned that in the early days when I was really, my whole background's computers. I got to meet Steve. Steve was running Pixar at the time, and Pixar had done like 2 or 3 or 4 hits in a row. And I said, why is Pixar always doing hits, and yet others are not? And we talked about the fact that it's all about storytelling. And if the story's not right, they go back and do it again, and they get it right. And so great storytelling is what's important. So what we hope we're doing is that we hope we bring some amazing, great quality stuff. We'll have a few surprises. We think there's a real advantage in technology. We'll talk a little bit more about this as we talk about like sports and the TV app. We think there are ways to leverage technology to make the viewing experience even better.
You just broke some news.
We did. Great day for us. We announced that we did an acquisition this morning of Texture. Texture is an app that has been in the iOS store. It's beloved by our iPad users because you get access to all the great magazines from Condé Nast, from Time, Meredith, Hearst.
How does acquiring Texture advance the grand strategy of Apple News?
I think that there are a few things that we always cared about in Apple News. First of all, we wanted to bring great articles from trusted sources in a beautiful layout. Obviously, Texture, with the brands that I just told you about, they have magazines from Esquire to Vanity Fair to Time to Sports Illustrated, some of the best magazines in the world. So they have some incredible content, and content that takes a long time to create.
So let's keep talking about acquisitions. The Texture acquisition is a big deal for Apple News. Let's talk about Apple TV and the sort of grand strategy here. You are sitting at the top or near the top of a company that has market value $910 billion, give or take. I'm sure you have more up-to-date statistics. You could, it seems to me, conceivably buy Netflix. You could even buy Disney if you wanted to. Do you want to buy Netflix or Disney?
Look, the good news is that both Netflix and Disney are great partners of ours and have been with us from the very beginning. Look, generally, the history of Apple, we haven't made huge acquisitions. And generally, we haven't done...
Why?
The reason we haven't done that is we tried to go... It's the old Gretzky quote, skate to where the puck is going, not to where it is.
I recognize skating to where the puck is going to be. At the same time, you have made a number of content acquisitions that do feel pretty traditional. I mean, you've got the Reese Witherspoon Jennifer Aniston project, you have Damien Chazelle, you have a Steven Spielberg documentary, you've got a number of other things that sort of look like the acquisitions that an Amazon or Netflix or whoever might make. There is a feeling that you have to have this huge, enormous tentpole project. Why are you doing these sort of like staking little claims in the content space? Why not just go big and buy Netflix?
Well, we're all in. We're completely all in. There's a difference, though. We're not after quantity. We're after quality. We don't try to sell the most smartphones in the world. We don't try to sell the most apps. We try to make the best one, and hopefully the other piece happens. And so when you think of content, first of all, and you can see that here in South by Southwest, great storytelling is what's important. And you get great storytelling from big name people, and you also get it from new and up-and-comers. But you need to have a great story. I learned that in the early days when I was really, my whole background's computers. I got to meet Steve. Steve was running Pixar at the time, and Pixar had done like 2 or 3 or 4 hits in a row. And I said, why is Pixar always doing hits, and yet others are not? And we talked about the fact that it's all about storytelling. And if the story's not right, they go back and do it again, and they get it right. And so great storytelling is what's important. So what we hope we're doing is that we hope we bring some amazing, great quality stuff. We'll have a few surprises. We think there's a real advantage in technology. We'll talk a little bit more about this as we talk about like sports and the TV app. We think there are ways to leverage technology to make the viewing experience even better.
You just broke some news.
We did. Great day for us. We announced that we did an acquisition this morning of Texture. Texture is an app that has been in the iOS store. It's beloved by our iPad users because you get access to all the great magazines from Condé Nast, from Time, Meredith, Hearst.
How does acquiring Texture advance the grand strategy of Apple News?
I think that there are a few things that we always cared about in Apple News. First of all, we wanted to bring great articles from trusted sources in a beautiful layout. Obviously, Texture, with the brands that I just told you about, they have magazines from Esquire to Vanity Fair to Time to Sports Illustrated, some of the best magazines in the world. So they have some incredible content, and content that takes a long time to create.
So let's keep talking about acquisitions. The Texture acquisition is a big deal for Apple News. Let's talk about Apple TV and the sort of grand strategy here. You are sitting at the top or near the top of a company that has market value $910 billion, give or take. I'm sure you have more up-to-date statistics. You could, it seems to me, conceivably buy Netflix. You could even buy Disney if you wanted to. Do you want to buy Netflix or Disney?
Look, the good news is that both Netflix and Disney are great partners of ours and have been with us from the very beginning. Look, generally, the history of Apple, we haven't made huge acquisitions. And generally, we haven't done
Why?
The reason we haven't done that is we tried to go, it's the old Gretzky quote, skate to where the puck is going, not to where it is.
I recognize skating to where the puck is going to be. At the same time, you have made a number of content acquisitions that do feel pretty traditional. I mean, you've got the Reese Witherspoon, Jennifer Aniston project, you have Damien Chazelle, you have a Steven Spielberg documentary, you've got a number of other things that sort of look like the acquisitions that an Amazon or Netflix or whoever might make. There is a feeling that you have to have this huge, enormous tentpole project. Why are you doing these sort of like staking little claims in the content space? Why not just go big and buy Netflix?
Well, we're all in. We're completely all in. There's a difference, though. We're not after quantity. We're after quality. We don't try to sell the most smartphones in the world. We don't try to sell the most apps. We try to make the best one, and hopefully the other piece happens. And so when you think of content, first of all, and you can see that here in South by Southwest, great storytelling is what's important. And you get great storytelling from big name people, and you also get it from new and up-and-comers. But you need to have a great story. I learned that in the early days when I was really, my whole background's computers. I got to meet Steve. Steve was running Pixar at the time, and Pixar had done like 2 or 3, 4 hits in a row. And I said, like, why is Pixar always doing hits, and yet others are not? And we talked about the fact that it's all about the storytelling. And if the story's not right, they go back and do it again, and they get it right. And so great storytelling is what's important. So what we hope we're doing is that we hope we bring some amazing, great quality stuff. We'll have a few surprises. We think there's a real advantage in technology. We'll talk a little bit more about this as we talk about like sports and the TV app. We think there are ways to leverage technology to make the viewing experience even better.
You just broke some news.
We did. Great day for us. We announced that we did an acquisition this morning of Texture. Texture is an app that has been in the iOS store. It's beloved by our iPad users because you get access to all the great magazines from Condé Nast, from Time, Meredith, Hearst.
How does acquiring Texture advance the grand strategy of Apple News?
I think that there are a few things that we always cared about in Apple News. First of all, we wanted to bring great articles from trusted sources in a beautiful layout. Obviously, Texture, with the brands that I just told you about, they have magazines from Esquire to Vanity Fair to Time to Sports Illustrated, some of the best magazines in the world. So they have some incredible content, and content that takes a long time to create.
So let's keep talking about acquisitions. The Texture acquisition is a big deal for Apple News. Let's talk about Apple TV and the sort of grand strategy here. You are sitting at the top, or near the top of a company that has market value $910 billion, give or take. I'm sure you have more of today's statistics. You could, it seems to me, conceivably buy Netflix. You could even buy Disney if you wanted to. Do you want to buy Netflix or Disney?
Look, the good news is that both Netflix and Disney are great partners of ours and have been with us from the very beginning. Look, generally, the history of Apple, we haven't made huge acquisitions. And generally, we haven't done
Why?
The reason we haven't done that is we tried to go, it's the old Gretzky quote, skate to where the puck is going, not to where it is.
I recognize skating to where the puck is going to be. At the same time, you have made a number of content acquisitions that do feel pretty traditional. I mean, you've got the Reese Witherspoon, Jennifer Aniston project, you have Damien Chazelle, you have a Steven Spielberg documentary, you've got a number of other things that sort of look like the acquisitions that an Amazon or Netflix or whoever might make. There is a feeling that you have to have this huge, enormous tentpole project. Why are you doing these sort of like staking little claims in the content space? Why not just go big and buy Netflix?
Well, we're all in. We're completely all in. There's a difference, though. We're not after quantity. We're after quality. We don't try to sell the most smartphones in the world. We don't try to sell the most apps. We try to make the best one, and hopefully the other piece happens. And so when you think of content, first of all, and you can see that here in South by Southwest, great storytelling is what's important. And you get great storytelling from big name people, and you also get it from new and up-and-comers. But you need to have a great story. I learned that in the early days when I was really, my whole background's computers. I got to meet Steve. Steve was running Pixar at the time, and Pixar had done like 2 or 3, 4 hits in a row. And I said, like, why is Pixar always doing hits, and yet others are not? And we talked about the fact that it's all about the storytelling. And if the story's not right, they go back and do it again, and they get it right. And so great storytelling is what's important. So what we hope we're doing is that we hope we bring some amazing, great quality stuff. We'll have a few surprises. We think there's a real advantage in technology. We'll talk a little bit more about this as we talk about like sports and the TV app. We think there are ways to leverage technology to make the viewing experience even better.
You just broke some news.
We did. Great day for us. We announced that we did an acquisition this morning of Texture. Texture is an app that has been in the iOS store. It's beloved by our iPad users because you get access to all the great magazines from Condé Nast, from Time, Meredith, Hearst.
How does acquiring Texture advance the grand strategy of Apple News?
I think that there are a few things that we always cared about in Apple News. First of all, we wanted to bring great articles from trusted sources in a beautiful layout. Obviously, Texture, with the brands that I just told you about, they have magazines from Esquire to Vanity Fair to Time to Sports Illustrated, some of the best magazines in the world. So they have some incredible content, and content that takes a long time to create.
So let's keep talking about acquisitions. The Texture acquisition is a big deal for Apple News. Let's talk about Apple TV and the sort of grand strategy here. You are sitting at the top, or near the top of a company that has market value $910 billion, give or take. I'm sure you have more of today's statistics. You could, it seems to me, conceivably buy Netflix. You could even buy Disney if you wanted to. Do you want to buy Netflix or Disney?
Look, the good news is that both Netflix and Disney are great partners of ours and have been with us from the very beginning. Look, generally, the history of Apple, we haven't made huge acquisitions. And generally, we haven't done the reason we haven't done that is we tried to go, it's the old Gretzky quote, skate to where the puck is going, not to where it is.
I recognize skating to where the puck is going to be. At the same time, you have made a number of content acquisitions that do feel pretty traditional. I mean, you've got the Reese Witherspoon, Jennifer Aniston project, you have Damien Chazelle, you have a Steven Spielberg documentary, you've got a number of other things that sort of look like the acquisitions that an Amazon or Netflix or whoever might make. There is a feeling that you have to have this huge, enormous tentpole project. Why are you doing these sort of like staking little claims in the content space? Why not just go big and buy Netflix?
Well, we're all in. We're completely all in. There's a difference, though. We're not after quantity. We're after quality. We don't try to sell the most smartphones in the world. We don't try to sell the most apps. We try to make the best one, and hopefully the other piece happens. And so when you think of content, first of all, and you can see that here in South by Southwest, great storytelling is what's important. And you get great storytelling from big name people, and you also get it from new and up-and-comers. But you need to have a great story. I learned that in the early days when I was really, my whole background's computers. I got to meet Steve. Steve was running Pixar at the time, and Pixar had done like 2 or 3, 4 hits in a row. And I said, like, why is Pixar always doing hits, and yet others are not? And we talked about the fact that it's all about storytelling. And if the story's not right, they go back and do it again, and they get it right. And so great storytelling is what's important. So what we hope we're doing is that we hope we bring some amazing, great quality stuff. We'll have a few surprises. We think there's a real advantage in technology. We'll talk a little bit more about this as we talk about like sports and the TV app. We think there are ways to leverage technology to make the viewing experience even better.
You just broke some news.
We did. Great day for us. We announced that we did an acquisition this morning of Texture. Texture is an app that has been in the iOS store. It's beloved by our iPad users because you get access to all the great magazines from Condé Nast, from Time, Meredith, Hearst.
How does acquiring Texture advance the grand strategy of Apple News?
I think that there are a few things that we always cared about in Apple News. First of all, we wanted to bring great articles from trusted sources in a beautiful layout. Obviously, Texture, with the brands that I just told you about, they have magazines from Esquire to Vanity Fair to Time to Sports Illustrated, some of the best magazines in the world. So they have some incredible content, and content that takes a long time to create.
So let's keep talking about acquisitions. The Texture acquisition is a big deal for Apple News. Let's talk about Apple TV and the sort of grand strategy here. You are sitting at the top, or near the top of a company that has market value $910 billion, give or take. I'm sure you have more up-to-date statistics. You could, it seems to me, conceivably buy Netflix. You could even buy Disney if you wanted to. Do you want to buy Netflix or Disney?
Look, the good news is that both Netflix and Disney are great partners of ours and have been with us from the very beginning. Look, generally, the history of Apple, we haven't made huge acquisitions. And generally, we haven't done
Why?
Well, the reason we haven't done that is we tried to go, it's the old Gretzky quote, skate to where the puck is going, not to where it is.
I recognize skating to where the puck is going to be. At the same time, you have made a number of content acquisitions that do feel pretty traditional. I mean, you've got the Reese Witherspoon, Jennifer Aniston project, you have Damien Chazelle, you have a Steven Spielberg documentary, you've got a number of other things that sort of look like the acquisitions that an Amazon or Netflix or whoever might make. There is a feeling that you have to have this huge, enormous tentpole project. Why are you doing these sort of like staking little claims?
My name is Bud Triple, and I work at Apple Computer. I'm going to sort of take off where John left off and talk about Mac software. It's really hard to talk about history, especially if you've been involved, because what you're really getting is one single perspective on what happened. But I think that's actually useful in some cases as long as you understand that's where it's coming from. So I'm going to give my particular perspective on a lot of things. Also mentioned that it was striking during the last talk, which was all about the accessible, and to try and write down the rules for accessibility at this point would be way premature. But pushing for it in general is something I do.
All right, so we're a little bit past the mark. Thank you to everybody for staying. Thank you to the speakers for putting up with our giving such fine talks.
But thank you, and John too. Thanks. Okay, well, my name is Bud Triple, and I work at Apple Computer. I'm going to sort of take off where John left off and talk about Mac software. It's really hard to talk about history, especially if you've been involved, because what you're really getting is one single perspective on what happened. But I think that's actually useful in some cases as long as you understand that's where it's coming from. So I'm going to give my particular perspective on a lot of things. Also mentioned that it was striking during the last talk, which was all about the culture and the people. And I really believe that the culture and the people are the most interesting part of the story. And a century from now, the technology part of it will a lot of the standard things you do on computer, there's really no excuse not to do it. There's plenty of processing power. The architectures we have support it pretty well. So I think there could potentially be a problem in it becoming too highly regulated. In other words, there's a temptation by some governments, because not everything is accessible, to legislate. And I think what that does is squeeze the innovation out of this, because I actually don't think we've done all the innovation necessary to make everything accessible, and to try and write down the rules for accessibility at this point would be way premature. But pushing for it in general is something I do.
All right, so we're a little bit past the mark. Thank you to everybody for staying. Thank you to the speakers for putting up with our giving such fine talks.
But thank you, and John too. Thanks. Okay, well, my name is Bud Triple, and I work at Apple Computer. I'm going to sort of take off where John left off and talk about Mac software. It's really hard to talk about history, especially if you've been involved, because what you're really getting is one single perspective on what happened. But I think that's actually useful in some cases as long as you understand that's where it's coming from. So I'm going to give my particular perspective on a lot of things. Also mentioned that it was striking during the last talk, which was all about the culture and the people. And I really believe that the culture and the people are the most interesting part of the story. And a century from now, the technology part of it will be taken for granted by everyone, and a lot of technology already is taken for granted. But the interesting part that will remain will be the stories and the culture and the people that happened at that time. Reminds me of a book I just read called, I think it was called Longitude, about the telegraph. And of course, we all take watches for granted, but the people stories and the cultural lessons you can learn from it are the interesting part. At any rate, I also spend a lot of my time talking about the technology and how it impinged on the culture and vice versa. Just a quick, how did I get involved in this story of the personal computer with Macintosh? I grew up in the 60s and the 70s. I went to college at UC San Diego and got very involved in computers. During that time, I'll talk a little bit about that with a good friend of mine called Bill Atkinson, who ultimately went to Apple and talked me into going to Apple. Although at the time I was in an MD PhD program at the University of Washington. And I took some time off to go to Apple, and what I did there was become the original manager of the Macintosh software project in 1980, which was just getting off the ground and under a fellow named Jeff Raskin, who I met earlier at UCSD. And what I'm going to talk about is some of what went on in those early days, and sort of what our thinking was about some of the design decisions. I think that'll be interesting. After being at Apple for a while, going back to school, finishing my medical degree and PhD, and coming back to Apple in '85, I left along with a number of other people to found a company called Next Computer with Steve Jobs. And so the next thing I'll talk about is Next Step and the software we did there, because it turns out that ultimately that company was merged back into Apple, and a lot of the technology that came out of Next and Next Step became what is known today as the Macintosh operating system or Mac OS X. So those three threads are kind of represented here, and I'll go into some detail on them. But before I do that, I want to spend a little bit of time putting some context around this. And one of the most important things about computers during the last few decades is that computers are to start. The very first computer was within the last middle of the last century. So this is a very young science. Computer science is a very young science. We have supported pretty well. So I think there could potentially be a problem in it becoming too is accessible to legislate. And I think what that does is squeeze the innovation out of this, because I actually don't. But pushing for it in general is something I do.
All right, so we're a little bit past the mark. Thank you to everybody for staying. Thank you to the speakers for putting up with our giving such fine thoughts.
But thank you, and John too. Thanks. Okay, well, my name is Bud Triple, and I work at Apple Computer. I'm going to sort of take off where John left off and talk about Mac software. It's really hard to talk about history, especially if you've been involved, because what you're really getting is one single perspective on what happened. But I think that's actually useful in some cases, as long as you understand that's where it's coming from. So I'm going to give my particular perspective on a lot of things. Also mentioned that it was striking during the last talk, which was all about the culture and the people. And I really believe that the culture and the people are the most interesting part of the story. And a century from now, the technology part of it will be taken for granted by everyone, and a lot of technology already is taken for granted. But the interesting part that will remain will be the stories and the culture and the people that happened at that time. Reminds me of a book I just read called, I think it's called Longitude, about the photograph. And of course, we all take watches for granted, but the people stories and the cultural lessons you can learn from it are the interesting part. At any rate, I also spend a lot of my time talking about the technology and how it impinged on the culture and vice versa. Just a quick, how did I get involved in this story of the personal computer with Macintosh? I grew up in the 60s and the 70s. I went to college at UC San Diego and got very involved in computers. During that time, I'll talk a little bit about that with a good friend of mine called Bill Atkinson, who ultimately went to Apple and talked me into going to Apple. Although at the time I was in an MD PhD program at the University of Washington, and I took some time off to go to next item. One thing I want to mention is that there are pieces making them simpler. These are actually I'm going to point out one of the things that happened in the Mac group was incredible attention to detail. And a lot of this came from Steve, but a lot of it was also just sort of a craftsman-like approach to things that permeated the group. And I'm going to point out one of the things that happened in the Mac group was incredible attention to detail. And a lot of this came from Steve, but a lot of it was also just sort of a craftsman-like approach to things that permeated the group. And both the hardware and the software, but the hardware is easier to point out in some cases. So this was a 1981 breadboard for the Macintosh. You can see at that point that the 68,000 had replaced the 6809. The memory had actually grown to two rows of memory, so a 16-bit wide memory, 16 by 64K. And an interesting thing is that you can see the memory chips are actually spaced much closer together than the other chips. So they're not laid out on a perfect grid. And if we jump ahead a year, partly due to the influence of Steve Jobs, the memory chips are now laid out in exactly the same grid spacing as the rest of the chips. So this is something no one is ever going to see, but we're going to see it. And this attention to detail really permeated the group and permeated both the software and the hardware design. Some of the yeah.
No one is ever going to see it on a Macintosh, but the Apple II had Velcro on its cover, inviting everyone to see it.
That's very true. Yep. And in fact, at one point, Apple did make a clearer version of the Mac that you could sort of see through. So some of the interesting design issues that were faced. The operating system and the toolbox fit into ROM. There was 128 bytes of ROM space that was used. I think it was initially 64 and it grew to 128. And this is because ROM memory is a lot cheaper than RAM, or was a lot cheaper at that point. And so you could save money by sort of burning your basic operating system in the toolbox, which implemented the graphical user interface into ROM. There's also an ulterior motive to this. One of the difficult things is to get software developers, especially at that time when we were coming out, to actually write their application using the graphical user interface. Their sort of knee-jerk reaction was to write it using a command line interface, because that's what they were used to doing on MS-DOS or on the Apple II. And by putting this code in ROM, we could make the argument to them that, well, if they just would call our code, that would save them extra space in their own application code memory running out of RAM. And so simply by the argument of you want to have your program run in as small a space as possible, you ought to be using the toolbox that we
the afternoon that day, and yet there was people that camped out all night for it. People are still in lines waiting for new iPhones every year. They're excited by what we do. We think a lot of innovation, including in software and hardware, because as you know, we're the guys that put it all together. People are very excited by new iPhones. Dynamic Island, the things we do, 48 megapixel camera, all the things we do.
My cord collection, because I do believe this is a global crisis, and so I wanted to give you my cord collection. So I give you guys this.
Is there micro USB in there?
There's all of them.
Okay,
there's
great.
all of them.
Awesome.
Thank you guys so much for coming. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much for joining. Oh, good. I have my questions. Whew. All right. So,
Quite a bright light you have here.
it's a little chilly. I know you guys are worried a little bit about
Yeah,
a little chilly up here.
yeah.
I'd also like to welcome our Twitter audience who's watching now live. So, I called you both here to talk about really a big problem. It's really a global crisis at this point. And I'm gonna bring it up here. Let's see if I can get this here. Right.
Props.
Yeah. All right. So
Terrifying.
It's quite a problem. We're gonna start with you, Jaws. Actually, you know what? They gave me a pointer as well.
You're not going to hit me with that.
Oh yes, I know.
Depends on the answer.
It depends on the answer. So what do you see when you look at this?
I see two really cool connectors. Yeah, kind of the two most popular connectors in the world, I think, right now.
Okay.
Yep.
Craig, I know you're a software guy, but what do you see?
I got to really agree with Jaws on this one. These are two great connectors.
Two great connectors.
Yeah.
Okay. I see a little bit of a mess.
One of them has a much better name, though, don't you think?
Lightning, yes, lightning. So yeah.
One name by marketing people, one name by engineers.
Hey.
I see a little bit of a mess, and so I'll tell you.
Really?
Right. So this charges the iPhone. I'm not sure you guys know that. This charges the iPhone. Now this charges the Mac and iPad and various other products around the world. And so that's creating a little bit of friction. In fact, the EU has approved legislation to create a common charger. In fact, they said in a press release yesterday. In 2024, a USB-C port will become mandatory for a whole range of electronic devices such as mobile phones, tablets, and headphones. I think that includes you guys. Is Apple moving to USB-C?
Well, maybe I can step back a little bit.
You may.
You probably heard me say for years that I don't mind governments telling us what they want to accomplish. But usually we've got some pretty smart engineers to figure out the best ways to accomplish them technically. And an example of that I love to give is for years and years, mobile phones had to satisfy hearing aid compatibility spec. Very prescriptively described by regulation that said here's what you have to do to be compatible with hearing aids. The problem is it didn't work. But all of us had to do it. And so we came up with a new way of doing hearing aids, made for iPhone hearing aids, actually made it an industry standard, that actually worked. So what we were accomplishing is what the government wanted, was to have hearing impaired people be able to use phones. We did it in a way that worked better. And we've been in an argument over this one for well over 10 years. And over 10 years ago, the push from the EU, look, they're well-meaning. I get the fact that they want to accomplish a good thing, was to do micro USB. And standardize as micro USB. If we have standardized micro USB, that chart doesn't exist, right? Neither of those happen. And so we have been in this little bit of a disagreement. But part of what, of course, they wanted to accomplish is why should people have all these different power adapters? So we got to what we thought was a better place, right? Which is power adapters that had detachable cables, all of them USB-A or USB-C, and largely USB-C, but you choose the cable, that was appropriate for your device, whether that's one of ours or somebody else's. And what that allowed you to do is have over 1 billion people. It's not a small number of people that have that connector.
Mercenaries and missionaries, right? And compared the mercenaries to the missionaries. Well, the top of the mercenary list is paranoia and drive. That's a mercenary quality. I think among entrepreneurs, founders, leaders, Mark is incredibly self-aware and candid and transparent. And I believe, as he does, there's an enormous opportunity, like still day zero, in terms of using these devices to connect through a branded, safe place, trusted place, you with friends and people you love. And that's a really high calling. So I don't make stock price forecasts, but I think I'm happy to be on the team. That's a really worthy mission. And I'll just say by extension, I think we're going to move from a mere app view of these devices, and the whole appification economy is an extraordinary development. Actually, kind of surprising one, because Steve really didn't want apps on the iPhone in the beginning. But I think we're going to move from apps to I'll call them connections, relationships. Not a social network, but a way to use these devices to be not removed, but closer to people you love. So look for a lot of things to happen with family and friends. I think Path is a path breaker in terms of really personal, highly engaged, meaningful connections.
Okay, great. All right. What is the one thing you believe that either nobody or very few people believe?
Yeah.
I've had so much pushback on nobody. Everyone's too precise in Silicon Valley.
Well, I don't think, I would presume there's something I know that nobody else knows or nobody else believes. But here's the thing that I think is really underappreciated. We got a lot of talk right now about what we got to do to get jobs growing, America back and growing and growing. I'm a very kind of patriotic, red-blooded American who loves this country, what it did for me. I think the most important thing we could do to get America going isn't to build highways and bridges, but let's get gigabit broadband into as many home schools and yeah, right? Wouldn't that change the world? That is the infrastructure investment that, I want to see the political leaders stand up and call for. And you know what? Government doesn't have to invest anything to do it. All they got to do is get out of the way. So Google said, come bid, to be the most friendly place for us to go do this. Cities offered to change their name to Google to get gigabit. so I'd like to see a national race to the top for people to get ready to do this, and then there'd be competitive providers. If we could in 5 years get gigabit broadband to 80% of the American population, the innovation, this economy, think what it would do for your program. That's what we should do. And I don't think that's broadly understood by policymakers. And it's just regulatory.
The head of Time Warner said about Kansas City that he didn't think people wanted faster internet.
Yeah, duh.
So he disagrees with you. He's not one of the few.
That's not what the take rate for Google says.
All right, great. And if you could have one mediocre superpower, what would it be?
It would be to win the debate I'm sure to have tonight with my 16-year-old daughter.
No one's given that answer yet. Make that the
Historically, there's actually been, and I suspect everybody in the room knows this, there has been a direct correlation between PE multiples and MBAs tilting into the tech industry for sure. So I think something. But not this. Heard about this a lot of people. Like failure is a wonderful thing. Failure teaches you all this stuff, and it's great to fail a lot. Like we don't buy any of that. We think that's all. And talked to his grandfather, and his grandfather said, "Oh yeah, back in the 30s and 40s, that's what we used to do. Like if you were going to go to another city, you would find out a friend of a friend, and you would say, hey, can I use your spare bedroom? Because like we couldn't afford hotels. And so the opportunity to take real estate globally and make it much more accessible and make it much more cost effective for people to be able to stay, whenever they're on the road, whenever they're traveling, to make it possible for everybody who owns a house or owns any kind of property to be able to open it up for be able to make extra money. We think many of these ideas can scale basically all the things, and we can make them very, very broad. So that's what we're trying to do.
Mark, we're sadly out of time, so thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I get the easy job because I get to introduce the people who everybody here and everyone in the world knows. We've got the founders of the largest foundation in the world.
we're really.
We're trying to role model that and do it ourselves. It's why we've stepped up with even more during this COVID time. We've also opened up a platform online called The Power Of, where people can go and look with finesse at places that need money in their community, whether that's around race or whether that's around poverty or COVID, or they can even say, I want to go give money in the community that I grew up in, and I want to give back there. How do I do that? So I think there are lots of ways that philanthropists can give right now. I think it's about all of us role modeling as a community.
I get the easy job because I get to introduce the people who everybody here and everyone in the world knows. We got the founders of the largest foundation in the world, and the two most important philanthropists in the world right now. $300 million towards vaccine treatments, more than $1 billion for production distribution, more than $1 billion to Gavi, with more to come. But Bill and Melinda Gates are putting tremendous amount of time, money, and brain power towards solving this scourge. We appreciate it. We appreciate you guys joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Please, and I love the couch. Before we get into, I really want to focus obviously on COVID, but before that, Melinda, actually, you made some news this week with Mackenzie Bezos, your announcement about the Equality Can't Wait Challenge. You're putting $30 million into, basically to challenge ideas to move the needle in terms of gender equality. Can you maybe talk about the genesis of that and why you're doing this now?
Sure. I believe that we have to get gender equality here in the United States. It is imperative, and there are several barriers that hold women back. And we have to really, if we're going to bring women up, we have to invest in things to help them with their power and their influence. If we invest in 4 key sectors, such as politics, finance, tech, and media, it tells our stories, and we started to get gender equality in those 4 segments of society, we would change society at large. And so Mackenzie and I have been talking about this actually for quite some time, and this happened to be the right time to make the announcement, but we're looking for bold new ideas of how do you actually move gender equality in the United States. And so we thought this platform, Lever for Change, was the perfect place to announce that, and we will start to see candidates come forward, and we'll make some prize-winning announcements hopefully next summer.
Okay, guys, we just had Dr. Stoffels talking about timelines. It's the biggest question in the world, and you guys are right at the center of it. When are we going to have, whether it's a therapeutic or a vaccine, but when is the world going to be able to get back to normal? You guys are running point on it. Help.
Well, hopefully one of the 3 vaccines that are furthest along end up being both safe and efficacious. The Moderna went into human trials first, then the Oxford AstraZeneca, and then the Johnson & Johnson that you just heard about from Paul Stoffels. And so the animal data gives us pretty good hope that one of those will work. Doesn't look like they'll work as a single-dose vaccine, probably a 2-dose vaccine. If those don't work, then there's about a 6-month gap before you get the other candidates coming forward. And so to have one in the first half of next year, it'll have to be those 3. And we are quite hopeful and working in parallel to get the manufacturing capacity, not just for rich countries, but for the developing countries, where actually right now the majority of the cases are not in the rich countries anymore. They're in South America, Africa, Southeast Asia, including India, sadly seeing a big increase.
Yep. So maybe you can delve into that, because there's so much public focus on
fantastic fund that works on the climate space, which similarly has now taken on external capital outside of Emerson. So for my team, it was a real natural evolution. I'll tell you, we're really proud to debut this model because it's something that other people can actually replicate. There's nothing here that's the province of cancer. It's happening here in San Francisco.
Yeah. No, it's exciting, and you can just see the problems to overcome, but
that's exactly right. Well, I see we're at time. I actually just want to end by thanking you for putting on such a wonderful and this was the end, what we're thinking. And consistently that has been proved wrong. And all other parts of the country, it's happening here in San Francisco.
yeah. No, it's exciting, and you can just see the energy. I mean, obviously at this show, but elsewhere, I mean, the restaurants are buzzing, people are out on the streets, and it feels like the city has really come back. I mean, obviously we have problems to overcome, but
that's exactly right. Well, I see we're at time. I actually just want to end by thanking you for putting on such a wonderful inaugural event.
Oh, thanks. It's amazing. Thank you so much. And thank you all.
Hey everybody, I'll some selfies on stage. Okay, that's fine. Am I in it? Okay, now I'm in it. Don't everyone do that. Great talk with Shaq. That's I think the only guest that I played as in NBA Jam probably that we've had. So that's something. All right, but next up, stick around. Great chat coming up. Great discussion we have with our very own brand new editor-in-chief, Connie Loizos. And she's going to be talking to a guest who has a very famous father, but also he is making news in his own right with a new $200 million venture fund, specifically looking to invest in tech to help fight cancer. So he apparently never thought that he would be a VC, wanted to be a doctor, and ended up doing this instead. And we'll hear why he took this path. So let's welcome out Connie and Reed Jobs.
Hey, everyone. So, Reed, thank you so much for joining us today.
My absolute pleasure, Connie. And I want to echo that congratulations to you as you assume this great new role as editor-in-chief.
Oh, thank you. That's so sweet of you to say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. So Reed, you have one of the most famous last names in Silicon Valley. Yet people don't know you yet. What would you like for them to know about you?
Oh, that's such a nice question. All I really care about in this world is making a huge difference for cancer patients. And what we really do at Yosemite, and what I've wanted to do my entire life, is to make cancer non-lethal in our lifetimes. If we can be a part of that, that is exactly what I want to do and what I would love to be known for. But ultimately, notoriety is really low on my list of priorities. What I really care about the most is being involved with amazing science, but especially making great companies and translating those into patients as soon as possible, because patients are the ultimate arbiters for how well we're doing. So patient difference is really what we're at.
And so you have a specific plan to do that. So you took the wraps off of a venture fund last month, I guess, or yes, last month, a $200 million venture fund, and you run alongside a donor advised fund. So tell me a little bit about what you have cooking there.
So it's a structure that we actually have pioneered at Yosemite. So it's pretty unusual, and it's something that I'd love to get an opportunity to talk about because it's something that we're very excited to debut, but also something that we hope other people will eventually copy. So the way that it works is our venture fund is a very traditional venture fund with one big exception, and that is that there's a percentage of the fund, it's small, it's only 2.5%, that goes into a donor advised fund, which is a type of nonprofit entity that one doesn't own, but that they can still direct. That capital is then earmarked for grants, which is far more akin to seed funding in the biotech ecosystem than it would be philanthropy in other areas. And the reason why we're doing this is we've really piloted this at Emerson, and through partnering with the best researchers in the world on their best projects, we then can not only de-risk science that we then turn into companies, but we also get a network of the best KOLs in the world. And we've done this long enough that we've been lucky to support about 500 labs so far and have a really big footprint across the academic ecosystem. Those are connections and insights that we're going to be able to take with us as we make our investment decisions too. I want to pause and just mention the way that we've structured this means that we have absolutely no IP or royalty rights to any of the grants that we do. I like to keep things really simple and really easy. And for me, that really means when we do a venture investment, we have to look at it on its merits of profitability and scalability. But when we do grants, we don't take any IP strings and we just do it as a pure philanthropic gift.
That's great. And I'm just curious, when you're dealing with donor advised funds, do the donors have any say in how that money is distributed, or that's entirely up to you?
That's entirely at our discretion.
Okay. And so this is sort of analogous to what you were doing at Emerson Collective, your mother's philanthropic and business organization. So why did you feel compelled to start your own thing, Yosemite?
Absolutely. So Emerson has had branches of it scale out in the public markets before. There's a group called Earthshot, which is a fantastic fund that works on the climate space, which similarly has now taken on external capital outside of Emerson. So for my team, it was a real natural evolution. I'll tell you, we're really proud to debut this model because it's something that other people can actually replicate. There's nothing here that's the province of cancer. You can absolutely do this for neurodegenerative diseases, for autoimmune diseases, and we hope other people will. And then finally, my team and I are all of a similar stage in our lives, and we wanted a little independence. We wanted to have our own firm, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
That's great. I just wondered, this does kind of put you in the public spotlight maybe for the first time, and you've already said it's nothing that you're terribly interested in. I'm just wondering how that feels.
It feels like a remarkable privilege and honor to be able to promote great science, great research, and really educate people on the fact that what we've done and seen in cancer outcomes in just the last 20 years is the very beginning of what is likely to happen over the next 20 years. And that is the optimization and really the dissemination of next generation therapies, mostly immunotherapies, but gene editing ones as well, to a broader range of diseases. So just to give you one small example, so I started working in cancer labs when my father got sick really as soon as I could. He was diagnosed when I was 12. I, at 15, started working in labs at Stanford. And at that point, what was really cutting edge was genomic sequencing. And I worked in a lab of colorectal cancer, and it was a type of that which was hereditary. And it was a terrible outcome. I mean, people would get colectomies at 35. It was almost a guaranteed prognosis of getting colon cancer in your lifetime. Really, really terrible. And we found the certain mutational signatures there, and basically it had a crazy load of mutations, like millions of mutations. These cells were so out of control. But from the beginning of immunotherapy, when it began to be tested in that, the difference between those cancer cells and the rest of your body is so stark that even today's immunotherapy works marvelously in that type of colon cancer. And in my lifetime, I've already seen one area go from just absolute, really, really poor prognosis to something now that is widely treatable and has a really great long-term survival rate. So that's one example, but it's very illustrative of what we're seeing now with just the first iteration of this technology. Optimizing things like immunotherapy, CAR T cells, it'll take quite a while. Biotech is much slower than tech, which is unfortunate, but we have to be really deliberate and safe. And as we get and optimize those to the rest of the market, we're really excited to bring them out to a lot of other indications.
That's great. I'm just curious, Daryl mentioned that you never wanted to be a venture capitalist, and I know that you studied pre-med. Did you ever think about starting a company, or do you just feel like you can have much more impact doing what you're doing?
Well, I think I can have a much more impact doing what I'm doing at this stage. Given the trends in the market and really in science, it's really outpacing what any one company is likely able to do. I also, just innately very competitive. And, my family, if you're going to start a company, it's got to be a hit.
It's a tall bar, I'm sure, in the jobs hustle. I wanted to ask, if you had taken any of your team with you. I just met one of your wonderful colleagues, Anna, who I know came from Thrive Capital.
Yes, I'm proud to say that we brought actually the entire investment team
great.
from what was previously the Emerson Collective Health team into Yosemite. So our track record and experience, that's all carried over, which I'm very proud of. We didn't lose anybody.
Okay, because I was wondering what would make sort of like a Yosemite company investment versus Emerson. But Emerson's not doing this at all anymore.
That's correct. Emerson's no longer doing life science investing. They will still do some healthcare, tech investing, but on the life sciences side, that's really now through Yosemite.
Okay, so cancer cures, broadly speaking, is what you're focused on. How do you think about your approach? I mean, how many different sort of baskets are you looking at, and what is your priority here?
Well, again, we like to say we want to make cancer non-lethal. We're wary of the word cure. It's been abused in this industry a lot, and we really want to be very cautious about what we're going to be promising that we can deliver here. But ultimately, I'd say the three areas we really focus on are early detection, which is so critical. I mean, every cancer we have a way to detect it early, you have a commensurate low mortality. And right now we have some great ones like PSA, mammograms, colonoscopies. Those are work quite well. But for the rest of cancers, it's really, really a crapshoot. And more often than not, things are caught when they're late and they're metastatic and they're far more dangerous. So things like liquid biopsies and actually a lot of AI in scans like MRIs and PTs have become really, really precise at picking up early cancer markers. We're still in the early days of the liquid biopsy space, but that's an area that is going to be increasingly important for catching things early. And once you do that, you just have far more options. So that's one vertical that we've been incredibly devoted in for quite a long time. The second one is something I mentioned earlier, which is immunotherapy. Ultimately, your body is the best defense mechanism that you have. Your body's so amazing. I'm always just in awe of it. And we've evolved for millions of years to combat infections and to combat cancer. All of us right now sitting in this audience have cells that are likely precancerous. And the reason why they don't advance is because 99.9% of the time your body's immune system can recognize it and eliminate it. And optimizing those basic functions of your immune system are the core of the immunotherapy technologies that we have today. So getting those to where they are going to be is a huge area of ours. It's an imperfect analogy, but it's a little bit akin to, say, software in the early 80s, where it's still, the province of, those who really are a little bit geekier. Right. And it's not really quite disseminated yet, but you can see the potential where it's going. And I would say the last area that we're focused on quite a lot is digital health, which is really a little bit more on the tech side of things. This is enabling services for clinical trial optimization, for care in the home, really to get patients what they need when they're in a clinical care setting, but also to try to help optimize the entire clinical trial system, which is wildly inefficient and runs on paper. It is still in the analog world. It's kind of amazing if you've ever been to a hospital lately, and I certainly hope you haven't, but it's kind of stunning. It's sort of like a time machine. You go back to the late 80s, and it's something that we just find completely unacceptable because the cost of patients are just too great.
Sure. I mean, everything about the hospital system is so anachronistic. It is just, gobsmacking. But what are you maybe seeing that it gives you hope about, regarding the democratization of clinical trials? I feel like I've been hearing about this for years. Obviously, we heard a little bit more about it during COVID. But what are there any companies in particular that you're excited about, or software systems that you think are actually making an impact?
Oh, totally. Okay, absolutely. 3% of cancer patients are in clinical trials. I just want to start that statistic, which is really low, really low. And the reasons for this are quite interesting. Right now, most trials happen at major academic hospitals. If you're a big pharmaceutical company, that's where you go to recruit. And patient recruitment is by far the most costly and most time-intensive part of that whole process. Now, the good news is there's a law passed a while ago that says that you cannot really pay people to be in your trials, which is great, because that could be abused quite easily if you had to, get financially induced to be in a trial. Right. Thank goodness that's not the case. However, that's actually tilted a bit too much, because now it's really difficult for people to get reimbursed for things like transportation, housing, and work. Yeah. And when you're a patient, those can often be prohibitive costs. So what we've seen is the data we get is often really wealthy people who are Caucasian. And as we all know, that's a very narrow data set. Right. So what's happened, and COVID's been the key accelerant for this, is when COVID hit, cancer patients especially can't go to hospitals because they're full of COVID patients and they're immunosuppressed and they're very vulnerable. So trials got decentralized out into the private physician offices. And this made it so much more accessible. We've seen a massive uptick in participation. There's two really good companies right now that are doing this, Medable and Section 32, but there's quite a lot more that are taking it even further. And that's actually care in the home, which is great for some places, and all types of other interesting new technologies to really bring us not into academic centers, but really meeting us where we are.
That's great. I do wonder on that front if, because of what happened during COVID, there have been challenges just in terms of trust in science, and even if clinical trials are being made available, people who should be partaking them are partaking them. I'm sure you don't have a silver bullet here, but I'm just wondering how much you think what went on set us back, if at all.
I think it's a big deal. Trust in science, they've been pulling this for about 50 years. It's not an all-time low, but it's close. And it is totally unacceptable to us that that's actually happening, particularly at this moment when we're actually seeing some efficacy finally in the cancer vaccine space. Of course, vaccines have really been lambasted by some folks who find them very unsafe. It's been a long-term goal to actually get your immune system to recognize cancer preemptively, like it would for an infectious disease, which is of course why you get vaccines. Just a few months ago, there was a early phase 1 trial published in the New York Times that showed a 50% response in pancreatic cancer. 50%. It's never happened before.
And pancreatic cancer is one of the hardest things to diagnose, right? I feel like
absolutely. It's one of the hardest diagnosed. It has it's a desert of success with therapies. Nothing ever works there. It's early phase 1. It was only 6 out of 12 patients, so a very small sample size. But no one's ever really seen that before. So even right now, in some of the most difficult cancers, some of those new ideas are taking off. So the last thing any of us would want to see is a great cancer vaccine running into a lot of vaccine skepticism.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of other stuff that I know interests you, and I think, again, some people in the audience will be well acquainted with, but others won't. We were talking backstage about genetic engineering, and I was saying that kind of brings to mind, Dolly the sheep and designer babies. So maybe if you could just disabuse anyone in the audience who's sort of worried about those two words together, what's happening on that front, what excites you, that would be great.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, I think it's worth noting that these ethical concerns are really healthy to have. One of the key pioneers, Jennifer Doudna, who's right next door in Berkeley, has been really on the front lines of suggesting that we need to be doing research here with a lot of oversight, a lot of caution, and a lot of deliberation. And I could not agree more. And she's the most qualified person in the world to think so. However, right now, we are very, very, very far away from the designer baby scenario. What we have right now is the early stages of gene editing technology. So a good way to think about this is if you think of ultimate gene editing as like copy-paste, you have a bad thing, you want to replace it with a good thing. We are right now about 50% of the way there. We can cut with great single gene specificity, and that we can do quite well. But we can't paste. We're not good at putting in something better. So just off the bat, I would say our technology, full stack, what we need to do is still very incomplete. And that's something that we're funding research on, and it's an area that we're very focused on. However, there's quite a lot that you can do with eliminating single things. So for instance, sickle cell anemia is a major disease, particularly in the African-American population here. And it's caused by a single point mutation in your red blood cells. And it actually is the case where if you can knock out that one bad gene, your other, and it's a dominant gene, your recessive gene, which is normal, can function well. And we're seeing early data of this disease actually being cured, truly cured with this single gene knockout. So right now there's several diseases that are, they're called autosomal dominant, where it's one bad copy. Huntington's disease, which is a horrible neurodegenerative disease. Sickle cell is a great example as well. These things can be really knocked out with just single gene specificity, and we're already starting to see some of that. So those are the areas where we get really excited, and right now that's probably the limits of what we can do right now in humans.
Okay, great. Well, that sounds significant. What about epigenetic engineering? That's another thing that came up in our call, and I was like, Reed, explain it to me. Tell me what's so exciting there, and maybe what you're funding.
I'd love to. It's actually one of the areas that we're the most excited about. So if you think about epigenetics, a good way to kind of mentally model it is every cell in your body has the same DNA, right? But clearly, your liver is significantly different than your skin. So the way that works is, if you remember biology, your chromosomes, and you've got 26 of them, you basically have your DNA rolled together with these various proteins. And you can chemically, without changing the DNA, turn on or off various areas of the genome. So your skin cell will just turn off all the liver genes. It doesn't need it, right? Well, how that works can actually now be perturbed, and we can change it a bit. And it turns out a lot of diseases are not caused by mutations or by the wrong gene. They're caused because gene expression goes down. A lot of neurodegenerative diseases, and actually a lot of autoimmune diseases, are caused because your immune system slows and it becomes exhausted. And it hasn't changed genetically. The expression levels go way down. And with what we're doing now, we can actually turn it back up. You can create a dial. And some other diseases, of course, are caused by things becoming hyperactive. So in those cases, you want to do the inverse. And that dial is really interesting, and you can actually touch a whole new class of diseases with it that are much more interesting than just actually going in and changing things. So that's another area that is distinct from gene editing, but it's actually probably going to happen in the clinic closer just because the safety is a lot better.
Great. I guess with either of these, are there sort of downsides that concern you? I mean, I mentioned sort of the obvious sort of cartoonish version of the concern about genetic engineering, but with epigenetic engineering, are there sort of concerns that you have about it being, I don't know, used in wrong-headed ways?
Of course, no. With any type of genetic or epigenetic perturbation, you're going to have really clear ethical guidelines for all this, which is why all of our companies publish data, all of our academics publish everything, and there's a really good ethical framework that's been developed internationally about how these things need to be developed, how they need to be disseminated and shared. And I'm happy to say that right now, everyone is really focused on mainly two areas. One is disease mitigation, and one is climate change. And there's actually huge applicability in both of those, and that's really where I'm spending all my time.
That's great. And tell me about the impacts of AI on what you're doing. I saw today that Mark Zuckerberg at Silicon announced that they're putting, I think, like $100 million into this generative AI, computing power thingy. And I'm just wondering if that's something that you've talked to them about or following, and just generally speaking, what you expect the implications are here.
Sure. So Steve Quake, who's the scientific director of the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, is someone who I interact with quite a bit professionally, absolute rock star, and his predecessor was as well. So they have some great people there. What they have done is actually, in the last 10 years with building what they call a cell atlas at different universities, is the perfect data set to actually put AI on top of. So just to answer your first question, what are we seeing with AI right now? It's pretty remarkable. What we're seeing is AI is making scientists significantly more productive by accelerating research, and it's also probably going to be accompanying them as they come up with different theses. So I'd say the two mechanisms of that is first, what we're seeing is a lot of great modeling, and this is what CCI has been working on, modeling protein folding, modeling genetic engineering, and doing that in actually a real 360 cell is going to accelerate development tremendously. It's hard to put a number on it, but it's a huge shift. And the second version, though, is really looking through all the scientific literature that's been published. I mean, when you're in medical school, part of your job is to try to absorb all the scientific literature that has ever really been made available, which is pretty impossible to do for a single person. And now what we're seeing is once that is actually filtered through a lot of really good next-gen AI algorithms, that is actually yielding insights that are getting to be pretty close to as good as what humans can do. And if you extrapolate out a few years, it'll probably be something that'll accompany researchers.
Terrific. I just wanted to ask you, so you've been doing this for 5, 7 years longer possibly. What is the most impactful investment that you've made to date?
Oh, great question. We've been doing this for 8 years, and I would say by far the most impactful, I'll say a grant investment. So there's a grant that we did at Yale, which I'm extremely proud of, which worked with their main hospital system to actually get clinical trial representation from across the state from a lot of physician providers. It worked great in Connecticut. It's a small state with like kind of one big academic medical hub in it, and they actually got representation to be demographically proportional, which I'm really, really proud of. That's the first for that entire institution. And on the company side, I would say the company that we're probably most proud of is one called Tune Therapeutics. It's one in the epigenetic editing space. It's something that it was our first incubation that my team did before we joined Yosemite while we were at Emerson. And I'm really proud of it because at the level that we're at across all these labs, we were able to see connections that were obscure to even the best researchers in the world. We paired up the best expert on this type of editing plus the delivery mechanisms that you're going to need to get into cells, and they didn't even know each other. So we actually introduced them in my living room and sketched out the business plan, and I'm just proud to say it's really become a leader in the space in the last 3 years.
Terrific. And, so you mentioned incubating this company. Is incubation a big part of what you're going to be doing at Yosemite? And if so, how does that sort of differ when you're talking about giving these very early stage grants to scientists? I guess should they be worried that you're going to be competing with them?
We don't think so at all. So, of course, incubation is a huge part of what we do. As you can imagine, scientists really begin in this journey because they want to see a change in patients. They're not in this to make a lot of money or necessarily to have a great academic post. They're really in it to solve a problem. And companies are the only vehicle that exists to really do that at scale. So entrepreneurs and academics could not be more excited to actually get things into the market as quickly as possible. And for us, since we take no IP or royalty strings at all, our view is that we hope to be their first port of call. However, the onus is on us to earn it. If they go with another firm, that is because we haven't earned it, and we need to do better.
And do you have a lot of competition? I mean, obviously there are lots of health sciences investors. Are more people? I mean, I feel like I'm talking to more people who are focused on or very interested in learning about the intersection of AI and healthcare. Are you seeing that on the ground?
Absolutely. However, one big difference between tech and biotech is that in the life sciences, early companies are much more capital intensive than what you have in the early stage on the tech side. So yes, it's competitive, but elbows are a little less sharp simply because a Series A, it will not be $6 million. It'll be closer probably to $50 million.
Right. And in terms of, I guess, what you are going to be funding at Emerson, so it's a $200 million fund. Have you made any investments yet?
Yes, I'm proud to say we have. We had a few things that we were really, really excited to debut with, and those include a next-generation gene editing delivery platform, a really interesting new startup that just came out of MIT, and another one that is out of Yale that we're about to close, and I can't talk about that one yet. It's not done, but it's going to be really, really cool.
Well, based on your sort of view into all these different sort of verticals, do you have any reason to think that cancer will not be a chronic disease versus fatal in the next 25 years? I mean, what is your? I think I've heard you say something about the next century, but do you think we could even be closer, or do you think even that's maybe too ambitious?
Well, I'm all for being ambitious. Biotech is never as linear as tech. It's always actually, it abounds in mystery and difficulty, which can be very exciting. What I believe is that the major cancers which claim most lives are right now seeing the greatest progress. And that really enervates me. That's lung, it's breast, it's prostate, colon. Those are the really, really big killers. And I do believe that in the next 20 years, we're going to see a very significant decrease in mortality there. Of course, cancer is a very heterogeneous population, so there will be a few outliers. If I had to speculate, cancers like ovarian, brain, and unfortunately pancreatic are going to be a bit more difficult. They have low mutational rates, they're hard to detect, they have these weird, horrible microenvironments that are very suppressive to anything really getting in there. And I think, unfortunately, those will likely sort of be the final outliers. And we will stay on to the anterior Yosemite. We are not going anywhere. We're really not going to go out of business until we see mortality decline to a level that people don't die cancer anymore.
I love it. Reed, we're going to have to go here in a second, but I also just wanted to talk to you as a Bay Area native.
Yes.
the San Francisco Bay Area has obviously gotten a lot of grief. I'm just wondering, do you want to sort of tell us why you think people have it wrong?
Well, I am likely the most biased person you're ever going to talk to, because I was born in Palo Alto, I went to Stanford, and I very proudly have lived in San Francisco for the last 9 years. It is, I think Bay Area is the most beautiful place in the world, and it will always be home. You know, the Bay Area, if you look historically, has been a lot like a phoenix. It has had booms and busts that have been extremely like volatile all throughout its history. And every time, you know, there's a bit of a downturn, there's always a lot of naysayers and, oh, you know, this is the end, what were we thinking? And consistently that has been proved wrong. And already, I promise you already, there are companies, young companies that are very excited to be here, talent that doesn't want to look anywhere else, and capital. And you mentioned AI earlier. AI is not happening in other parts of the country.
Right.
It's happening here in San Francisco.
Yeah. No, it's exciting, and you can just see the energy. I mean, obviously at this show, but elsewhere, I mean, the restaurants are buzzing, people are out on the streets, and it feels like the city has really come back. I mean, obviously we have problems to overcome, but...
That's exactly right. Well, I see we're at time. I actually just want to end by thanking you for putting on such a wonderful inaugural event.
Oh, thanks. It's amazing. Thank you so much. And thank you all.
Hey, everybody, I some selfies on stage. Okay, that's fine. Am I in it? Okay, now I'm in it. Don't everyone do that. Okay.
With a vehicle in the desert that had a fixed wing on it. So he understood this idea of how to propel things. And we met him, Eric and I met him when we were building Falkor. He was a consultant of some kind in Hamburg, Germany. Anyway, we met him and he told me about this idea. It was back in that packaging. Don't let people have you in a matrix where you don't get to make choices. Make the choices you can make. I mean, and talk about it, right?
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for your work.
Please welcome Wendy Schmidt, president of the Schmidt Family Foundation. And Andrew Friedman, science editor, Axios.
Hey, cheers. Hello, everyone. We're going to start by stating sort of the starkness of where we are in the space in which you operate, which is particularly the oceans. We just heard a report on Monday come out say that 1 million species are at risk of extinction, many within decades. At the same time, you are learning more and more every day about what lurks in the deep through the technologies that you're deploying. And my first question really is, how much have we learned and how much are you humbled by that in just the past few years with the different programs that you've been able to do and the different expeditions?
I think humility is the key point here. In the last 6 years of operation of our research vessel Falkor, I'm astonished at what we have learned. When you think of the whole history of oceanography and hundreds of years people have studied this planet, it's the technologies that we have today that allow us to access amounts of data and visualizations that were just never possible before. And it's extremely important this is happening right now because of the situation you've described relative to extinction and the life support system of the planet. It's accelerating the problems that we've created in the last 100 years. The acidification of the ocean is accelerating. The ice sheets are melting. It's accelerating. We are running out of time, and we need to use these technologies as rapidly as we can deploy them to make ourselves smarter, if anything, right?
And in particular, you have a research vessel. The members of the audience who ever read or saw The Never-Ending Story would recognize the name. It's Falkor. And you've taken it to many different fascinating places in the oceans. I'm curious as to your approach to deploying technology for science research purposes. What's different about your ocean program than, say, the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, if I got the WHOI name right, or other charitable organizations, other nonprofits that are out there?
Well, first of all, there are very few self-funded programs, okay? So we're running this ourselves. And we're really a platform for scientists from around the world, from institutions all over the world. We've had almost 1,000 scientists come on board over the last 5 years, and student researchers as well. And we give them access to our high-performance computing, our laboratories, our growing suite of robotic tools, including the ROV Sebastian, who has a high-resolution camera and is taking fantastic clear photos from the deepest parts of the ocean and live streaming those to people who want to see it on YouTube, as well as archiving all of this material. We do all of this in exchange for just one thing, the open sharing of data. And when we introduced that idea in 2013, it was pretty revolutionary. There was a little bit of a pushback, you can imagine, from scientists who said, well, I don't want my data stolen, I don't want someone publishing something I'm going to publish. That, in fact, did not happen. And I feel like we have a growing community now of practitioners who really understand that they're going to move faster and go farther together than they would by themselves. So I feel like that model has actually begun to impact other groups that are now looking at oceans research and in fact, building vessels.
And another oceans problem, which I end up writing about a lot, and other journalists have been writing about more and more, is the plastics problem.
It is my great privilege that we have Eric Schmidt here with us today. Actually, on the topic of blitzscaling, there is nobody higher in the world that I would like to talk to about this subject.
Check. He gave it to Sergey. Sergey put it in his wallet without a name on it for $100,000.
I'm just curious how you think about the limits of scaling and how effective.
What I've always told our charge, right? So that kind of works. So what I always tell people is just build me incredible products. Now, companies, it's much better, right? So in the U.S., I think it's pretty clear that we're not in antitrust trouble. In other words, scale in and of itself in America is fine. The European law and the European biases tend to bias against large companies, and the tech companies are building large market share platforms very, very quickly. There's a commissioner in Europe who just announced a proposal to study platform economics from the standpoint of antitrust and regulation issues. He identified 32 companies, of which 31 were American. So that gives you a sense of what's going on.
With that, let's thank Eric for joining us.
Thank you.
It is my great privilege that we have Eric Schmidt here with us today. Actually, on the topic of blitzscaling, there is nobody higher in the world that I would like to talk to about the subject than Eric. He has literally done it in the most serious ways possible. He thinks about these things in theoretical and deep ways, and actually teaches his own class on entrepreneurship and everything else. So it is with great pleasure. Why don't we welcome Eric? And then kick it off. I don't know if everyone knows that you had a kind of a substantive career before Google, since they all know about your career at Google. First at Sun, doing very hardcore tech stuff, and then Novell. What did you learn from those two gigs that you took with you to Google that was really helpful and essential for Google?
So first, thank you for having me, and obviously I support what you're trying to do at Stanford. In fact, all of your activities. And there's nobody I work with who's more clever and insightful on most of these issues than Reid Hoffman. It's interesting that yesterday I went to visit my old boss when I worked at Xerox PARC, whose name is Bob Taylor. And to talk to somebody who is the person who funded the ARPANET and ask him how did he do that, and the person who conceived the personal computer and who did he work with, gives you a reminder of both the extraordinary and the awesome things that have happened in our industry, and also frankly how old I am. Right? That's my conclusion. So my history is I'm a computer scientist, a PhD from Berkeley, but I've been around here for almost 40 years. And working at Xerox PARC, I went to Sun. And one of my sort of rules as a sort of first young manager is that as a young manager you absorb everything. So my manager at Xerox, Bob Taylor, had a particular management style, which I now realize 40 years later is kind of like mine, the way I approach things. And my first impressions of being a Sun manager and the way Sun worked, I think colored the next 30 years of development. And so one of the things to remember is that the next 5 or 10 years of your careers are in fact crucial, because that's when you learn all this shit. Right? And that all sort of where you are and the people the sort of the little subtle things that make leadership happen are learned during that period, which is a surprise to me. So at Sun, Sun was both very tumultuous, very political, and very complicated. There were many, many good things that I learned, and I also learned some real negatives. One of the things that I learned negatively is that companies can reorganize prematurely, companies can become religious, companies can not react to actual facts. The low point in my time at Sun was we had a meeting where we were looking at Sun computers versus PCs, and we concluded we could not get our manufacturing costs equal to that of PCs. Now, by the way, that's a signal that you should quit. Because I failed to answer the question that I advocate now, which is what does the next 5 years look like? So one of the sort of things we talk about in my other class in the MBA school is ask the 5-year question. Right? And I learned that sort of the hard way because for most of my life the answers were given to me or they were highly narrow. So now I ask, what's going to happen in the next 5 years? What's going to happen next? And I learned that. So anyway, after 14 years of Sun, lots of politics and so forth, I did the Java maneuver, which we can talk about if you're interested in. I went to Novell under the mistaken idea that I wanted to be a CEO, and I failed to do any due diligence. So had I done the due diligence, I wouldn't have taken the job, and therefore I would not have gone to Google. So it was probably good I didn't do the due diligence. But at Novell, there was a week which we remember my colleague and I who joined me with me said was the worst week ever, where our basic goal was to get out of this with our professional reputations intact and not in jail. Right? And that's after you join a company, you discover the books are cooked and the people are frauds and the customers aren't paying and so forth and so on. But in hindsight, what I learned is that you can actually overcome that. And the skills that I developed in Novell in fact allowed us to do things at Google. And so what happened when I showed up at Google, my long story short there was that company was very, very interesting, very innovative. But because I had such a tough time at Novell, I understood the role of cash, and so we did everything we could to run the company for revenue. And the rest is history.
And is there anything other than maybe telling yourself to not do due diligence, but other times do it for the obvious thing of getting to Google? If you go back to your younger self, is there anything you told yourself to do differently pre-Google?
I think all answers of that category in our industry are to do things that you did sooner and to make fewer mistakes. So in hindsight, I would always have made the right decision faster and I would have made fewer mistakes. And I wonder, what is it that causes me to not make the decisions quickly? And by the way, I continue to have this problem. So it may just be that some people are quicker decision makers than others. And it's not obvious that you have to make all the decisions quickly, but in hindsight, you would judge them all that way. And every executive in every business class and every management class will say the same thing, which is, I should have fixed this earlier, I should have fired this person sooner, I should have cleaned that up earlier, and so forth. And that's why businesses are not like the government, where none of that ever happens.
Or very little.
Yeah.
So let's go to Google. So what was the employee size when you joined Google?
About 150.
Right.
And what I should tell you the story of Google is that Larry and Sergey had taken funding, $25 million from 2 venture capitalists who, thank you very much, Peter. This, by the way, delivering the Diet Coke is Peter Wendell, my co-professor. Thank you very much, Peter, in my business school class, who's joining us for a minute. And we hope to steal all of your best ideas for our class, Reid, so we're clear. That's why we're here. That's why we're clear.
With pleasure and honor.
So what happened was the venture guys had said, these two young men are brilliant, crazy, and unreliable, and they need a proper CEO. So the two young men agreed to hire a CEO as long as they could vet them. And so their vetting algorithm was they had to spend a weekend with the two of them. So each candidate would do something for the weekend. So they took some of them skiing, some of them boating, some of them had to go to the various farms. They went to New York once with somebody and so forth. This guaranteed no one was going to get hired. So I was eventually called by John Doerr, and I said, well, I'm really not going to do that. But it turns out we met, and it was pretty obvious we agreed. I made a list of things they had to fix. They had to fix them, and the rest happened. Yeah. What's interesting about Larry and Sergey is that they had both been here, and they had the same professor 18 years later. So we're far more similar than we would like to admit.
Got it.
Similar backgrounds.
So joining at 100.
Yes, we have a question.
I was wondering if you can remember some of the things that are on the list.
I have the list because I saved everything. Remember, this is Google. When you think about a small company, almost all of them have the property that they're full of energy and no process. And they get to the point that Google was at by just sheer force of energy, hard work, and figuring stuff out. So my list was pretty straightforward.
international expansion plans, sales plans, hiring plans. Is the money real? Proper accounting. Do you understand where your inventory is? In this case, Google didn't have any. Development plans, 18-month product plans, none of which existed. When the first meeting I was in at Google, it was like being in graduate school in a university, full of very interesting conversations without deadlines or deliverables, right? Which sort of the style. And much of the Google culture was developed out of the graduate school of Stanford. In other words, the offices had 4 people in it because that was the office that Larry and Sergey had in. It felt very much like that. And it turns out when that kind of raw material, what I figured out is all you have to do is ask questions. Like, what's the plan? I go, oh, and then an answer comes out. And it's not that they don't. It's not that they haven't thought about it. It's that if you push them, they can develop a plan. They didn't think it was important. It was more interesting to talk about this, right? And that's where the raw talent matters.
Actually, just as an elaboration on that, what advice would you give? So how does the partnership between young, ambitious, highly talented, super smart founders and new people coming in? What were the key things to make that work really well?
Well, I was well aware of this John Scully, Steve Jobs story. And you all are too young to have lived through it, but the fact of the matter is that Jobs needed somebody to be the CEO. The board picked Scully. The two had a fight. Scully went to the board. The board had to support the CEO, because if they don't, the CEO quits. And the rest happened. Eventually, Steve left, formed a company called Next, and then, as you know, he very cleverly ultimately got himself acquired, and then within a month or two, got the CEO, acquired him, fired, and replaced the entire board. By the way, that's a Steve Jobs moment. That's very hard to do, certainly for you and I. I mean, that's like an amazing achievement in and of itself. And it produced the most valuable company in the world, so it's clearly the right choice in hindsight. So I was very, very aware of this issue of founders and the outsider, and I understood I was the outsider. So from the moment I started, I knew it was their company, and I didn't get confused. It's their company, it's their company, it's their company. So what does this mean? I refused to do any press. And so as young executives and all sorts of press, they really enjoyed it. They had all these pictures, they would cover on time and so forth and so on. And then they, right before the IPO, they did an interview with Playboy. No pictures, so we're clear. And the interview with Playboy was on roughly February 20th or April 20th of that year. And it turns out that the interview was at the wrong time in the cycle of being quiet period, and it put our IPO in jeopardy. So I still remember in August of that year sitting with them and saying, these are my closest friends, my colleagues, I really care deeply for them. And they have those long faces that people get on them, and they say, uncharacteristically, they said, well, did we screw up? And the correct answer is, yes, you really screwed up. But the even more correct answer is, no problem, easy mistake to make, I would have made this mistake, and we papered it over in a legally correct way. From that moment on, they've given no interviews.
Really? From that moment on?
From that moment on. Now, that was 12 years ago. And so what's interesting about that psychology is it's somehow, as young executives, they wanted it, but once they didn't want it, it was fine for me to do it. But intuitively, they need it. It is their company. It's not my company, right? I'm the professional that was hired. They're the owners, they're the founders, it's their company. And if you get confused on this point, right, you're not going to win, right? Yep. Nowadays, the founders are much less likely to offer control the way, say, Pierre Omidyar offered it to Meg Whitman. There's an increasing sort of view of their own ability, and that's fine too. If you look at Facebook, it's worked really quite well with Mark, who's brilliant and young, by bringing in someone who is much more experienced in many things, Sheryl Sandberg. That partnership worked extremely well. So there's not one answer.
Right. Yep. So joined 100, it's now over 50,000 people.
60 plus thousand.
60 plus thousand. A classic example of blitzscaling. Matter of fact, it was 1 year, I think it was 2004 to 2005, you over tripled the number of employees in that year.
I do have a saying about this. It's easy to double. It's very hard to quadruple every year. Right? And it's a bit of advice. You can double. You can kind of see it. You can kind of, okay, I can add another person here and I got another person and then I can expand in this country and so on and so on. But to quadruple is almost impossible.
Yeah. So what were the kind of, because you had to invent a lot of these techniques, right? These hacks. I mean, everything from the three of you reading every resume to keeping innovation going with 20% time, other kinds of things. What were the key hacks that worked and the key hacks that didn't work?
So I want to offer a cautionary tale, and again, having both read your book and also the notes that you kindly sent me before this. If you don't understand the subtlety here, you would conclude that the correct thing to do is to grow everything as fast as you possibly can everywhere, right? So let's just make as many engineers, as many salespeople, as many products, and so on and so on. That completely does not work. And it doesn't work because no product shall ship before it actually works, right? And the way you build great products is you have small teams with strong leaders who obsess over trade-offs and they push things off and they say, we've got to get it done, and they put a lot of pressure on the team, and they work all night and they produce a product that just barely works. Okay, the original, I'll use non-Google examples, the original iPod just barely worked. Look at what it became. People remember the original iPhone. No apps, right? Everyone's forgotten that. Just barely worked, but it just was just the right combination to create an enormous franchise that's now 70% of the revenue of the world's most valuable company. I was talking to Travis Kalanick. We are major investors inside of Uber, so we have good relationships with Uber. And his description of Uber was that he understood scaling, but the app wasn't ready. So you have to sort of have judgment about when the product is ready to scale against it. And so we would debate this over and over again. And so Larry and Sergey would play tricks on me. So a typical example would be, I would say, we're not strong enough to take on Microsoft. And they wanted to do an operating system in a browser. And I said, there's no scenario where we'll ever do an operating system in a browser. And because Microsoft will kill us, and I don't want to get killed. We're a small company. And yes, you're very smart. Yes, we're full of smart people. And yes, we have lots of revenue. These guys can kill us because I've been previously killed in previous jobs. And so they hired somebody to improve the performance of Firefox. 6 months later, I'm called down to one office, and this person who was supposed to improve the performance of Firefox has managed to invent Chrome. Shocking. And I said, well, how long have you been doing this? Well, I've been doing it on the side. No, you haven't. You've done it full time. Well, yeah, 3 other people. Okay, well, how many more people do you have? 10 more people. Well, did Larry and Sergey know about this? Larry and Sergey encouraged it. I said, those assholes, right? I knew it. I knew they were going around me, right? Okay? So, and then I said, well, we can't do an operating system. So they bought this company called Android, and they said, yeah, it's just for smartphones. It's software for smartphones. Don't worry, Eric. Today, Android is 1.4 billion plus operating systems used, largest number of operating systems in the world. Chrome is the largest and most successful browser. So maybe the lesson to learn in management is I'm just wrong all the time. But the secret was you have to have judgment as to when these things can scale, right? And I can give you plenty of negative examples. An obvious one is Wave, right? It was a complicated email product that we launched to great fanfare, and we watched its adoption rate. Marissa had this rule, which is a good rule, that you cannot tell how successful a product is until the first 6 months. Because what happens is you get this adoption cycle, and everyone loves the product because everyone tests it, and then you watch what happens. And the great products, they're bumpy, but they go up. Well, this is what look like this. So it took Eric, your friendly CEO, 18 months of going straight down before the project was canceled, right? So again, lack of due diligence last. So the reason I'm answering your question and the blitz growth argument by saying you've got to have the products that you can scale. Yep. If you have the products that can scale, the thing that's new is you can scale very quickly. The Uber example. Once you have an app and a business model that more or less works, there's no reason why you shouldn't go global and wide. When I started at Google, I sat my first concern with Google was I thought the whole thing was a sham. The company was using QuickBooks for its accounting, and I was convinced that there were errors. So I asked to be shown the actual cash balance in the bank. There was in fact cash in the bank, which was shocking to me. So then the sales guy, his name is Ahmaad, who's now just gone off the Twitter. I said, okay, well, where's this money coming from? He said, well, we have Salesforce, we sell these ads. Who clicks on these ads? Well, nobody. Well, okay, whatever. It must be some fake thing. So we investigated, we decided people really were clicking on these ads. So I said, well, how many clicks do you get outside of America? And he said, well, none. He said, well, you have lots of traffic. So I said, leave and go to Europe and don't come back until you have sales operations in Britain, the UK, and France. Which is a strange thing to say to somebody. So this is a month after I started. So he left, and he came back in 3 weeks, having set up those operations. Today, the operations he set up contributes 60% of the profits of a $60 billion corporation. Right? Yep. So in hindsight, I should have done it a month earlier. Right? Think about the compound value of that decision. Yep. So there's a point when you keep it small, and there's a point where you expand. When you expand, you grow very, very quickly. Right? And it has to be replicable. So let's using Uber as an example. Always the favorite example because everybody understands Uber. As I said, do you believe that the Uber model scales well outside the United States? Well, ask the French. Okay, the French love it, but the government hates it. Right? So they need two problems. They need a scalable app, and they need a scalable negotiation strategy with the governments. Right? So now you can guess how far they'll be. Right? Google had the same problem with China, and we lost. So what, any heuristics for when the product is right for scaling?
Well, I have another opinion about this. And if you think about the greatest products, they've almost always been designed for the benefit of the people who actually are building them. And so the Uber story, they built this to share apps. In fact, the original Uber was a private sharing group. Larry and Sergey built Google for Stanford, and particularly for themselves. The server was in Larry's dorm room, and they needed a second server. They didn't have enough power, so they ran the cord over the room into the gentleman next door's dorm room. They opened up the server for the entire campus here, and the usage was phenomenal. Andy Bechtolsheim heard about it through David Cheriton. He wrote a $100,000 check. They didn't have a name for a company. He wrote the check. He gave it to Sergey. Sergey put it in his wallet without a name on it for $100,000 and left it in his wallet for a month until he had the name Google invented. Right? They moved into Sergey's girlfriend's sister at the time, then wife, ex-wife, the long history of life there, house which we now own, where they set up these servers in the garage. And they slowly took over each of the bedrooms. And this poor woman, who I think was pregnant at the time, kept saying, the baby's coming, the baby's coming. They put Google World Headquarters in the baby's room, right? So the rest happened.
But then is the heuristic, you already see such impressive demand, you know you have to keep up with it, or sometimes the heuristic simply, or different than that?
It's easier to give you a latch. It is tempting to believe that you have a product that works before it works. And the error that's made, especially by non-technical people, is they believe what the engineers tell them, and then they pre-scale for a product that doesn't work very well. So think of it in a different way. Think of it as, I'm going to raise money from you, because you're a very famous venture capitalist. I'm going to take your money, and I'm going to do everything I can to build a great product. And you're going to be all over me. Where's your international strategy? Where's your sales strategy? And I'm going to say, Reed, just stop. Product doesn't work yet. I'm saving your money. Because I know in today's market, the moment I have that product, I know I can hire a sales and marketing and evangelism team in a week. And I can do it globally. That's the difference. So think of it not as the measure that I described here, but rather as a funnel, which is very tight, and then there's a global expansion period. And I think that's the essence of what you're trying to say in your book, which is there's a point where the sum of all of this, it's like this huge push, right? But you have to time it right. Now, how do you know? Well, one is people use the product itself. Let me give you lots of failures in my case. Let's use Wave. Nobody at Google used Wave. Okay? Other people did. And by the way, they were really nice and really energetic. They're not using it anymore. They were just like caught up in the hype, right? How many people do you see walking around Stanford using Google Glass? Anyone here wearing Google Glass? I don't see it. Okay, let's keep going through the list, right? Again, maybe it's just we're at version 1 and we need version 1.1. Maybe we need just a small change, and then boom. Right? Those are two examples. You can pick hundreds of examples in Google. Thank goodness we've all forgotten them.
So once you have the product market fit that works sufficiently, part of the thing that I think we do here in the Valley, China does, but it's actually relatively rare, is figure out how to really build fast into that global opportunity. And some of those techniques were things that you guys invented. So what was the stuff in order to be able to?
Well, I want to talk a little bit about hiring. Before your excellent book, Jonathan and I wrote a book called How Google Works. And a third of the book is on recruiting. And I want to give Sheryl Sandberg credit because when she was with us, she set up a lot of this. There is a way to systematically hire better people than anybody else. What Bob Taylor, who I interviewed yesterday for a new book I'm working on, The Future of Everything, which involves looking at the past of everything, said was sell the dream. So here's how he funded the ARPANET, right? He called up people and he described what he wanted, and they either got it and got incredibly excited, or they didn't. And if they didn't, he just went to the next person. How hard is that? Well, if your idea is pretty good, if the person is sufficiently dull that they don't get it, then are they going to get it after some persuasion? Probably not. Right? You want somebody who's quick. One of the things you say is hire generalists, right? And so we in the form of Larry and Sergey to start with had very strict rules. And here's a typical example. I would go in and I would say, we need some experience in this layer, in this area. We need some people who can program in Java and SQL and various other sort of XML protocols, which I was very familiar with in my previous jobs. And they would say, that's the stupidest thing we've ever heard. No one would ever want to use Java or any of those kinds of things. They did this partly just to annoy me. And I said, well, who do you want to hire? I said, we want to hire incredibly intelligent people. Well, so do I. Okay, you're implying that people working on the stuff I care about are not very intelligent. And they would say, no. We want to hire incredibly intelligent people. Incredibly intelligent people would figure out the stuff you're talking about is stupid, and therefore you should work on the right thing. Okay. So we would have these debates, right? And it's all in great fun, of course. And by the way, today we have thousands and thousands of Java programmers, just in case you're worried about it. But they were actually making a different point. They were making a point that you hire people who can get the job done, that the industry overvalues experience and undervalues strategic and intellectual flexibility, which is the point you make in your book. And I feel very strongly about that. And there's an easy way to understand this. I'll tell you, in all the issues we had at Google, I realized that I had no idea what to do I am, after all, the CEO. I'm supposed to know what to do. I have no idea what to do. But I knew I had by far the best team ever assembled to address them. Examples would be dealing with the then competitors at the time, the shift that we did in our business from one way of selling to now what is called the Victory auction or second price auction. I'll give you an example. There's this fellow named Solar who was a biology undergraduate here who looked to me to be about 21. He's actually older than that, but he looked very young. And so one day he announces we're switching our entire revenue system from an as-sold model by the Salesforce to an auction-based system. And I was convinced, remember, that these things were being oversold, that they weren't worth very much. And our sales guys were so incredibly good that they were maximizing the value to the point where the price was too high. So I said, well, I'm not sure, but we won't get there with salespeople. We have to have an auction. And I said, okay, whatever. And Larry said, we're on his side anyway. So I got so worried about this, I put in place a program in the first year, which I called the cash restriction program. You can imagine the acronym. And we would only spend money at 10 a.m. on Fridays. Because I figured that way I could control the amount of money. Because I was worried we were going to go bankrupt while this very, very young man implemented this auction. We turned on the auction. I'm terrified. And the revenue triples in day one. Of course, we completely forget the whole program. And I'm saying, you're telling me that our incredibly talented Salesforce is underpricing our product by a factor of 3? Right? So then I immediately call the sales guys and say, what are you doing? So sometimes, I don't know whether that's luck or scale, but it showed you in Solar, of course, a brilliant man and a person who really is responsible for the architecture that drove the $60 billion. You need ideas like that scale so fast. And let me put in a pitch for my current best idea, which is machine learning. And in the careers that you all will have, in the companies you'll found and so forth, machine learning will be the way in which you get that multiplier. And for the non-programmers in the room, the way to understand this is that programmers like me were taught how to write algorithms that precisely specify the methodology, and we got really good at it, and we're very proud of it, and we're very arrogant. Okay? A new set of programmers understand how to have a computer learn something, and then the learning model is applied to this problem, and that's a very scalable model. And that's going to produce immensely larger companies than the kind of companies we're talking. And the speed will be immense because once you learn something, the scaling can occur globally in a matter of hours.
Yep, or even necessarily quicker. Yeah. So hiring, is there stuff that you want to go into how you did hiring?
Well, we had a whole bunch of reasons. One of the rules is that we didn't want to hire your friends, which always was upsetting. We also didn't want to hire anybody from what were considered to be lesser universities. And so we also wanted to hire people who had very high GPAs. So the constant problem was that somebody was a good employee, had someone they had worked with who was very loyal, very hardworking, who was not from a great university, did not have a very good GPA, and we would not hire them. So that was controversial. We've relaxed that a little bit now, but the fact of the matter is it got us to where we were today because it produced these high IQ generalists from prestigious universities. That's what I understand this. The second thing is one day we were looking, and when I was at Novell, I had learned that there were people who I call glue people. And the glue people are incredibly nice people who sit at interstitial boundaries between groups, and they assist in activity. They are glue, and they're very, very loyal, and people love them, and you don't need them at all. And at Novell, I kept trying to get rid of these glue people because they were getting in the way because they slowed everything down. And every time I get rid of in one group, they'd show up in another group, and they transfer, get rehired, and all that. So I was telling Larry and Sergey this one day, and Larry said, I don't understand what your problem is. And I said, well, why don't we just review all the hiring? And I said, what? And Larry said, yeah, let's just review all the hiring. I said, really? He said, yes. So guess what? From that moment on, we reviewed every offer packet. Literally everyone. And anybody who smelled or looked like a glue person, plus the people that Larry and Sergey thought had backgrounds that I liked that they didn't, would all be flagged. And so anybody who sort of met the original profile, they'd go right through. And we'd have this huge argument. And every once in a while, we'd have arguments that were sort of specious. I remember one argument about a fellow who one of the founders did not like his last name because it was too humorous. So you add a little, and by the way, we hired him. So you can imagine you can have some fun with it. But the fact of the matter is, because we never fire anybody, the hiring decision is crucial. And the people you hire define the culture, whether you like it or not. So Larry and Sergey, when they started the company, said we need to have really smart people. So they hired a rocket scientist, and they hired a medical doctor, and they hired a Stanford graduate who had been a professional football player, because they figured that they wanted normal people who'd done something exceptional. So in my case, I was a pilot, and I had done other things, and they said, okay, you're good enough. The CEO has to have something besides being a CEO that makes them interesting. And everyone had something. I would go around and I'd say, well, what's special about you? It's like Sesame Street. What's special about you? What's special about you? But there was always an interesting story. So another lesson I learned is that you don't hire generic people. You hire people who've had some kind of stress or achievement or whatever. The best people hired, by the way, are CFOs who've gone bankrupt. Because boy, have they been through the war. And on the CFO side and the finance side, you want somebody who's not going to happen again. And you only go bankrupt once, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. Now, the interview process, as I recall from early Google, was fairly involved.
Oh, yes. So the interviews, so anyway, finish that.
Well, I mean, it's precisely that. Was that a good thing, bad thing, mixed thing? So it was definitely a deliberate thing.
Okay, so once we decide we're going to review all the packets, then we have to figure out how to score everybody. So we put in a scoring system and asked people to score, and they were scored between 1 and 5. So Sergey said, well, the problem here is that these scores will bias. So we put in a statistical measure where we would look at the average weight of the scorers and then correlate that with the future performance of their scoring. So a year later, we would look back and say how we had graded that employee versus the way you had rated them. And oh my God, guess what? We discovered that if it's a woman, the female is scored with inverse correlation to her performance. Right? It's the most extreme evidence of male bias against female candidates. We're sitting right in front of us. How could this be? I mean, this is as liberal a company as we can, full of guys. Well, it's called unconscious bias now. We didn't have the term. Hidden bias, excuse me. So we in fact changed the entire way in which we run the recruiting for female candidates and so forth and managed to correct that. So there's an example where something that even as liberal and analytical companies we didn't realize we were doing, and this is now a decade ago, so we did, the good news is we corrected it. But it's an interesting story that even the best meaning people can have these kinds of biases. So anyway, we would do this scoring, and then we had the problem of people being interviewed. And so I still remember this packet, this gentleman who we'd interviewed 16 times. And the person who was running this process had come in and said, look, you guys have got to make a decision. And the recommendation was to not hire him. And I said, look, you just can't do this anymore to people. So I said, you cannot interview people more than 8 times. Okay. They have since revised the statistical metaphor that for engineers, they have 5 interviews, and for non-engineers, they have 4. And that turns out to be statistically significant. So very interesting. You can systematize even that. Yeah.
Well, because as I actually recall, the way you did that is you actually looked at when was the score drop-off no longer predicted, because you were taking all that and you said, okay, at this interview,
exactly.
That's it. Yeah, and that was.
But those are simple techniques that wouldn't have occurred to the normal company. But because we hired all these smart journalist types with obnoxious degrees from famous universities that were obnoxious, whatever stereotype you want, they applied an analytical bias. Yep. So we did the same thing. We did an analytical bias to facilities and to cash management and so forth and so on.
This partnership and have it come to life. It's just not Super Bowl. Yeah, it's a good point.
Commissioner, I know.
Yeah.
Well, you in the NFL and Jay, you and Rob, I'm sure have thought about
Many times, even here today, our players spoke up about things that were happening in communities, and they brought that awareness to. I'm actually proud of what we're doing.
Dude.
That's a good place to go. We done? Are we good? Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Amen. Yeah, thanks. Where do you, oh, that's it. Okay.
I think the biggest issue people have is they want to know how you could partner with a league on social justice when Colin Kaepernick, who brought it to the attention of the peacefully protesting against social justice is still out of job.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that I think we take it back. I think that we forget that Colin's whole thing was to bring attention to social injustice, correct? So in that case, right, this is success, right? This is the next thing, right? Because there's two parts of protesting. You go outside and you protest, and then the company or the individual will say, I hear you. What do we do next? Right? So for me, it was like actionable item. What are we going to do with it? Like everyone heard, and we hear what you're saying, and everybody know I agree with what you're saying. So what are we going to do? You know what I'm saying? So reach millions and millions of people, and or we get stuck on Colin not having a job. You know what I'm saying?
So I think my follow-up would be Roger. It's like a lot of people think the partnership is disingenuous because it's almost like put a banding on the bullet wound because it seems like Colin's being collectively blackballed by everybody.
Well, I'll just add on to what Jay said, because we talked about this. We talked about right of issues, and I think when we first met, we talked about entertainment and how we do that. But the number one thing we want to do is impact. That we can have an impact together, and that we can do some really positive things in our communities. And to go to Jay's point, we listened to our players. We understood what our players were saying, and we created a platform.
which to help drive change in communities that Colin has raised and that other players have raised. And this partnership, in addition to the entertainment aspect and bringing football and music together, is going to help us make even greater change. And we call it protest to progress, right? We need to make progress as communities and as a country, and that's what we want to try to do. And that's a big part of, I think, what both of us feel this relationship can be.
We do have to move on. Jason.
Quick moment from BBC, just to follow up. So you passed up before me at the Super Bowl, and then you wrapped it out, passed up before me at the Super Bowl. You said the NFL needed you, you needed the NFL. What changed? What was the impetus for the partnership?
Yeah, as an artist, I've always held myself in high regard and respect. And if I'm in this position or in a space where I feel like the level of respect that I earn is artist is being compromised, I'm going to speak about it 10 times out of 10. And then after that, there's conversations that happen. I'm working criminal justice in this very room. We do board meetings here, and Robert Kraft is on the board of that as well. So those conversations started. About criminal justice, and you've seen how serious we were and how dedicated we were to those platforms. And again, like everything else, it's slowly evolved. Like a conversation as opposed to, yeah, I'm upset with you and I'm never speaking to you again. We're adults at this point. And the only thing, conflict resolution, only way we're going to move forward is through conversations. And I guess my speaking out brought about a conversation, which brought about a conversation, which led to a partnership.
Commissioner, just follow up. You said again. Nation have a shared vision of inspiring meaningful social change. What is that? What does that social change look like to you? What does it look like to you?
Well, I'll go first. To me, we spent a lot of time talking about our initiative that our players really created. And that we support our players with in trying to, what we use the term, inspire change. And to work with them on criminal justice, education, better relationships with law enforcement in the communities. Those types of things that our players have identified areas we need to make progress on, we need to move forward on. And we'll be supporting that. Inspire change, as probably well as evolving that with our players. I mean, that's something that's going to evolve very quickly, I think.
Jason,
Yeah.
Obviously, something like this doesn't come together unless you two have a lot of really candid discussions about what this is about. Can you talk a little bit about how your relationship has evolved? Over this process, over these months, I would take you guys and said, hey, let's talk about this.
I think just really truthful, honest conversation. I think the first thing I said to Roger was, if this is about me performing in the Super Bowl, then we could just end this conversation now. It has to be a bigger platform than that.
That was after I flew from New York to LA.
Good weather though, man.
How many months has this taken place, these conversations?
I don't know. What was it?
We first, I think first saw each other at the Kansas City Rams game, and then I think I came out in early January.
Yeah, so 6-7 months.
Yeah, somewhere there.
Just the relationship, how's it going?
Well, I'd also give a call out to Robert Kraft, too, who had a relationship, too, with Jay, and he saw the benefit of this also. And so he actually joined us in our first meeting. And I would tell you that it was a lot of very frank conversation. We talked about a lot of the issues. We also talked about what we could actually do, and bringing football and music and entertainment together, and then having an impact on our communities was something we both wanted to do. But relationships build over time and trust, but they also, I think we're both committed to sort of saying, let's get to work. Let's go show people that this is going to be a great thing.
My question would be, what would you say to those kind of people that would say that they view that this is sort of effectively a move to kind of take the protests away from the field to a platform that might be a little more palatable, so maybe a little less out there visible? Would you kind of still support protests on the field? Do you feel like it's kind of moving away from putting it out there on the field in front of a mass audience?
I support any protest that's effective, and if you can provide effective ways to push a conversation forward and help people at the same time, I'm really into action. I'm really into like real work. I'm not into like how it looks. How it looks only lasts for a couple months until we really start doing the work and they're like, oh, I've been in this position many times where people before I even say what I'm about to do have told me what I'm thinking or how it's going to turn out. And then 5 years later, we look back at Take Title is a great example for take that 5 years ago, and now you look at it today, and people have a different outlook on it. But at the time, it was like, what's going on? So I've been in this position many times, and I just show up and do the work. I'm not really interested in how things look on the outside, and if protesting on the field is the most effective way to protest on the field. But if you have a vehicle like Inspire Change where you can speak to the masses and educate at the same time as well, tell people what's going on so people are not controlling your narrative and not telling you your protest is about this. You're like, no. I'm telling you out of my mouth it's about this one thing. But if you have a platform that's reaching millions of people, it's hard to steer the narrative the way they want to.
And I just add one thing to that. I think what the players want is to focus on the work in the communities that they're doing and the problems and addressing them. They did the protest to bring attention to that. Now they want to get to the hard work of helping make progress in those communities. And so that's where they want the attention. That's what they want to see. Is the work that we're all doing together to try to make our communities better. And they're leading.
You want protest to stop?
I want us to take what they've been talking about and the focus of what they're protesting about to go make a change in the communities, because that's what they wanted. That's what they were doing.
Have you spoken with Captain Solis?
conversation, not what.
I would never tell you what me and Kat's private conversation was about, but we spoke, yeah.
He supported.
I would never tell you about our conversation.
The current statement, what is the current anthem policy? And if people still choose to take a neo-protest, during the anthem, will this vehicle be used as discouragement? Might you say, well, why do that any longer when we set up this whole new vehicle to inspire change?
But you can also ask that question, is this vehicle be used as an encouragement?
No, I got you. But I'm saying,
I just want to open it up for you.
no, I agree with you. But we know, let's be honest, with everything we're dealing with.
I'm only honest.
And even what we're dealing with right now, I doubt that the rate of speed by which inspired change can make a difference is going to catch up to a lot of stuff that's happening today. We still have at least happening every single day. We have people being killed by domestic terrorism. I mean, we're not going to solve all this. In 2019-2020 season.
So don't you want to get started?
Well, don't get started. What I'm saying is, in the interim, people. Want to say, I mean, want to take me. I mean, want to make a
But
statement.
that's what our inspired change. Platform is to continue to show what's going on in those communities and what we can do to try to help it and what our players are doing to make the change. And that's what we're doing, and that's why we continue to work with the Players Association, the Players Coalition, to try to say, we're not walking away from that. We're actually putting more resource in. We're bringing more partnerships to bring. Not only awareness, but change.
Can you just speak about the role that Robert Kraft played in brokering this deal?
Yeah, I think that we, through our work with prison reform, and I think he saw how serious we were in the room, and we've had a relationship before. We basically talked. Actually, no one mentions, with all due respect, no one mentions Adam Levine in this whole thing and his role that he played in this. You know, we all talk about Cap because that's. You know, that's a hot button issue, but, you know, this is an entertainment company as well. We also discuss what happened. What happened to Super Bowl, right? Because that was one of the things that sparked this conversation as well. What happened at the Super Bowl? And I explained to them how the process went with the Super Bowl and myself and what I felt about it. When we were, again, frank conversation. Super clear. We had super frank conversations, and, you know, it slowly evolved from there. So how do we fix it? And I sat with Raja, and I was like, man, if this is about me playing Super Bowl, then we might as well just end this meeting now, because that's not enough. You know, we need to. You guys have a platform. You know, people are upset.
private citizens for me, with everything that's going on in the country, private citizens are the ones that's going to have to push things forward, working together like we do reform. We're not relying on government to do it. Okay, let's take this group of people and let's introduce these bills and see what we can do. Let's take Team Rock. Like, Team Rock organization we started. Let's take current events where people are getting in trouble every day and it's on news cycle. And let's stop a little boy from getting arrested for singing the national anthem in school. That's a real thing. So that's how the whole thing came about. I was like, let's make it bigger than that. Let's use this platform to really inspire change, and let's put on some great performances.
And even the
Will you be performing as well?
Not this year, no.
But even just to go to Jay's point, it's even entertainment well beyond the Super Bowl, as you saw. Major's presentation. We're talking about engaging our players. We're talking about using our events, all our events, the draft, the Super Bowl, the Pro Bowl. The kickoff, to be able to use this partnership and have it come to life. It's just not Super Bowl.
Yes,
Commissioner, I know you and the NFL, and JU and Rob, I'm sure have thought about how to measure success of this program. Can you give us any insight on what success will look like for this program?
I don't have a number. It's not a number like with reform. We got 1 million people, which is a nutso number, right? I don't have a number, but I'm sure that we'll reevaluate as this thing go along. How many people we touch, how many people we reaching. We're constantly looking at the metrics and all the numbers of what's happening and who we're touching and who we're speaking to and who's participating and how many impressions has it had and how many people that affected in real time, so we'll keep evaluating that as we go along.
I just said to what Jay said, elevate the entertainment too. I mean, we always want to get better, and we think we can do that. We got the best in the business right here, so we think we can do that. But the impact is really important. And as I've teased several times, with all this great entertainment, I hope people don't forget that a great football game is going to break out in the middle of it. By the way. Right?
Jay, from a hip hop point of view, I remember you once said to Nas, "You trying to keep knowledge," and since then we've seen you change and evolve, and I think people forget about that to some extent. I remember the water initiative in Africa, Sean Bell, et cetera, et cetera. How do you address people who may have those short-term memory issues, or do you care?
I just got to do the work. That's the only thing that quiets that, because we can go back and forth and have different perspectives of what we believe should happen, right? This should happen. It should be like this, and this person should be involved. How could it go forward if this person isn't involved? All these different things that we can talk about and speak about, but no one can argue with the facts. No one can argue with the work. So I just got to do the work. And again, I'm familiar with this position. This is what I do.
Will this initiative create jobs or any other, we talk about inspiring the community, et cetera, et cetera. What about jobs, things that people can really touch and feel?
I don't know.
So sorry.
No, go ahead.
Also in there, there's education and all these other things which will lead to job creation. And anybody that plugs in, say a song of the season, and that's your platform that you want to speak about, And we're not only, it's not just our platform, we're plugging into anyone who wants to be involved. So say I'm Chance the Rapper and I feel like I want to create jobs in Chicago, we're going to support that initiative. So it could be anything. It could be any initiative, anything social injustice, anything that's happening in the country, we can plug into it. Okay. Yeah.
I think. I just add, I think it's going to be driven a lot by our players and the artists. We're going to continue to listen to them, see where we can have the greatest impact.
Hi, Joe Razak from Variety. Do you have a list yet of organizations that you're going to partner with that will benefit from this partnership? And also, Jay, do you regard this partnership as a form of protest? I mean, are you looking to change things from the inside?
Of course, yes. I'll answer that first. Because I don't have anything else to add to that. Just yes.
What's the question then for me?
The question was, do you have a list or have you set things up with nonprofit organizations?
Yes. We've already, as a matter of fact, not just a list, we've already started funding for the last 2 years, which we can give you an entire list of all the organizations that we have done with our players, with our clubs. And that funding began probably 18 months ago. Okay. And we have commitments to do that going in the future. And I think opportunity is something I'd say that's going to come out of this, where I think there'll be additional opportunities and frankly additional money that may come out of this that will go back into the communities because of this.
Okay, so there are no partnerships as of yet as a result of this one?
We're not making that announcement today, no, but I have no question that that's going to evolve as we continue to talk with the artists and the players.
What he's saying, what was exciting for us as well is what we're saying is all those other initiatives Rock Nation drew up and these guys agreed to, which you have to give them credit for that. Inspired Change already existed. They already were donating money. I think it was 1.4 from the last event, but it was so, in my opinion, it was so spread out that it needed to be happening all year long, and not just happening around a Super Bowl event. It couldn't be like one event a year. It had happen all the time and throughout the whole year. So things are happening every day. Like we're creating philanthropy organizations for our players and realize, no, things are happening every day. We need a separate, which is Team Rock. This is Danya. I keep pointing to her because she runs it. No, we need something that happens every day because there's things happening all over this country and it's a lot of turmoil. And I think that we all have a responsibility to just push it forward. Like, it's good to have, like, you know, conversations about it. That's great. We have to bring awareness to it. So I'm not knocking the conversation. I actually welcome the conversation. I want to be held to a higher standard. I want to be, I'm not even going to say higher standard. I want to be, I want to be held accountable for what I'm doing, right? It keeps me sharp, Let me know that I can't play around. I have to do what I said I'm going to do. I'm self-motivated, so that's fine. You know, the extra pressure is fine too. What I'm saying is things are happening all the time, and we are going through a tough time. And the NFL platform for us, what was exciting for us, Inspired Change was already happening, and the NFL has a huge platform. And we can use that huge platform for, we've seen it happen. Like when J.J. Watts, you know, came the aid to everybody in Houston, the whole world forgot about all the turmoil they had with the NFL. It was, oh, that's a great thing. That's a fantastic thing. And if you can use that platform to do that in different areas, then it's a home run. That's the success. I think someone asked me what I would view success. That's the success for me.
Thank you. Hi, Randy from ET. Asia's presentation mentioned that the Super Bowl performance will be picked based on the city. and honoring the heritage of that. Can you elaborate on what that means exactly, and have conversations begun, like J-Lo, Enrique Iglesias, Pitbull?
No, not like that. Not in those terms. Like, you know, typically when and we had this conversation, you can't go to a city, plop a showdown, and then leave. You know, like, at least speak to the community, speak to the things, speak to the guys that's on the ground organizing things and trying to make things better in that sort of way. Because I don't, you know, Tampa's next year. I love Tampa Bay. I don't have no idea who's from there, who performed. So you start running into that problem. You know, if you start doing that, and sometimes it may happen and it may line up that the person is from the city that they perform, but you don't want to get into that space, because then again, who performs from Tampa? Does anybody know?
Quick follow-up.
Tampa Bay. Class. There we go. Yes.
You mentioned that people forget the role that Adam Levine played in this. I was wondering if you could explain exactly what role did he play in all of this.
Well, we had to have the conversation, right? Because there was a lot of talk around Adam Levine's performance in Atlanta. So I think that and me being vocal about stepping back from performing as well, I think that sparked some of the conversation as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just wonder, because you both talk about having these super candid conversations. I wonder if anything that, like asking this information, anything that Jay offered to you that was surprising or enlightening in terms of his perspective of why he didn't perform or some of the protests that were going on?
Well, I think we probably keep some of that. He can speak for himself on some of that. I would tell you that in every conversation I've had with Jay, it's been enlightening. Not just on his perspective of the process of how we do the entertainment, but what we should try to achieve. Because we always say we can get better and we can evolve, and the Super Bowl halftime has over the years. We've always had those moments where we think we can say, let's think about doing this differently. And we always think we should partner with the best. That's why we're sitting here. We're partnering with the best. And so his perspective is going to drive us. I'm not going to sit here and talk to him about entertainers. He knows that business. What we have to do is figure out how do we support that and how do we make sure that we bring that to another level.
Your side?
Anything surprising, you said?
Just enlightening about his perspective. I just think
I think that the openness and willingness to, you know, when we presented all these initiatives, you know, we expected to maybe do one or two. We thought they would be super powerful as well as we could plug into Inspire Change. And these guys were just super open to, you know, to allow their platform to be used to service others. That was a big surprise.
good surprise.
Good surprise.
Yeah.
Evan Simcoe from CNN. So, obviously, this is coming about in part as a response to protests on the field. And I just want to go back to the question the gentleman from Marketplace was asking earlier. What happens in the interim now? I mean, obviously, this is about, as you said, Jay, effective protest. But what happens the next time somebody protests on the field while this is still underway? Has there been any change in the way that the league is going to deal with that?
You said you're asking Jay?
You asking me?
No. Commissioner, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I'm definitely not the commissioner yet.
See, that's what I was worried about.
I don't want that job.
That's what, you know, that's, to go back to, that's what we've been talking with our union about for the last year or so, and talking about, let's one, move forward and work progress, but two, let's do things together. Let's talk about when something needs to, when we need to shine a light on something, let's do it together. And that has been very effective for us. And that's what we talk about all the time, not just with the union, but also with our partners in the player coalition. And we have a group of owners and a group of players that work together, and they meet on a regular basis to talk about those things.
Quick follow-up, Jay. With the conversations you've had, the frankness and the seemingly open dialogue, sorry to put it this way, but would you kneel or would you stand?
Would I what?
Would you kneel or would you stand?
Okay, I think we've passed kneeling. Yeah, I think it's time to go into actionable items.
Do you want people to stop kneeling? Oh.
No, I don't want people to stop protesting at all. Kneeling, I know we're stuck on it because it's a real thing, but it's a form of protest. I support protests across the board. We need to bring light to the issue. I think everyone knows what the issue is, and we're done with that. Everyone knows what you know what the issue is? You know why we were kneeling? Okay, do you know the issue? Yeah, do you know the issue? Yes? We all know the issue now. Okay, next. Where are we moving on next? And I'm not, again, so to be clear for the room, I'm not minimizing that part of it, because that has to happen. That's a necessary part of the process. But now we all know what's going on. What are we going to do? How are we going to stop? Because the kneeling was not about a job. It was about injustice. Let me bring attention to injustice. Everyone's saying, how are you going forward? And Cap doesn't have a job. This wasn't about him having a job. Right? That became part of it. That became part of the discussion. He was kneeling to bring attention to injustice. We know what it is. Now, how do we address that injustice? What's the way forward? Does anyone else anyone have any other suggestions of what's the way forward?
I agree with that. But Commissioner, can Cap get a job?
What?
Can Colin Kaepernick get a job? Is he being
Any team can sign him right now.
Did they hear Corey?
Hi, Corey from SN. I don't know if this is for Jay or for Asia, but who's the first subject for the Inspired Change documentary? We don't have that first subject at this time.
I didn't hear Adrian.
Who the Inspired Change?
Who's the first subject of the Inspired Change documentary, which we don't have at this time?
Right.
Hi, Danielle Dalton, I'm with the Root.
We're taking suggestions as well.
So one of the initiatives that was highlighted in the reel was about police brutality, was about policing a community. So I'm wondering, when you kind of envision what an ideal program or initiative, or like, what does that look like if you actually build something around community and policing, and what would success kind of look like for that particular initiative?
Well, I'll give you a couple, because I participated in some of those, and they've been very effective. What we've actually done, I went down last fall, I believe it was with Kenny Stills and several of the Dolphins, and went into the Miami community, and we actually went with law enforcement into the community and had a couple events. We had the dialogue, we shared each other's perspectives, and it was really positive. And I think our players want to do that, to be able to show that, you know, law enforcement has a role, but the community, they need to understand how the community is looking at law enforcement also. And that dialogue was really helpful. I think it helped the law enforcement from what and I think the community reacted very favorably. And they're doing that all around the country. I just happened to participate in that one. I also went down to New Orleans, and we went and looked at actually bail reform, and actually went to a proceeding with several players. And out of that, actual changes happened. legislative change, real change. Now, is there more change that needs to happen? Absolutely. I mean, we're not there yet. Someone made the point. We got a lot of work to do.
By getting involved in policing, though, is the NFL, or are you making a statement about how you feel about the current state of policing in this country?
No, what we're doing is that we can believe we can make our communities better by sharing perspective. So the community understands law enforcement's perspective, and law enforcement understands the community's perspective, and to understand how we go forward in a better way.
Jay, the commissioner answered this question. I want to pose it to you as well. Meaningful social change. This is a campaign clearly designed to affect meaningful social change. What does that look like for you specifically?
I could paint a utopian version of it. It just looks like people respecting each other, people not, kids leaving the house and being able to come back home. Just normal things that we all expect, respect. And also for officers as well. I think they're going into communities super afraid. That's what I believe. And you can't police people you're afraid of, right? Because then there's an overreaction to everything. I talk like this, right? If you don't understand my culture and how I talk, you may think I'm upset. And just the way I speak. And if we're in a standoff with each other, and you're speaking to me in a certain kind of way, my dad left. My dad's not home. My dad died. How about that? And you're talking to me like you're my dad. There's no way I'm gonna allow that. So now my tone changes, and now the communication between us is broken. And that's how I see it. For me, my point of view is the communication between us currently is broken. And a lot of people are losing their lives behind it. So to fix that communication, people coming home and coming home to their families is and now obviously an overhaul of the jailing system and the way probation and all that works. I guess that's some of the things that.
Thank you.
Taking a question right here.
Right. Jay, I know what you're saying with everybody knows what it is now. It's time to move on from kneeling. But Captain Moore than just kneel. I mean, he was working with the communities and he was doing stuff beyond just bringing awareness to it. Why don't you bring him into this initiative? Do you plan to involve him?
You have to ask him. I'm not his boss. I can't just bring him into something. He has to. That's for him to say. And you speak about it as if it's in the past tense. You say he did more and he was.
Still doing it,
yeah. He's.
Know your rights can't.
Huh?
Know your rights can't.
Yeah. So he's currently doing action items. Right. That's his version of an action item. This is our version of the action item. We all do different things and we all work differently for the same results. I don't knock what he's doing, and hopefully he doesn't knock what I'm doing.
Have you talked to him about bringing him into this project?
We had a conversation.
Is it a plan?
That's the further.
By the way, we have too. Our Players Coalition have, and we have also.
Hi, Tatiana with Billboard. In the music community, have you guys started conversation with artists to align with the campaign, and what has the response been like?
Briefly, yeah, and it's been positive. Yeah.
How will that continue, or what sort of, are you starting to look for somebody or the 5 artists to make this song, or what does this look like right now?
Yeah, we wanted to have this discussion first, and then I think tomorrow we've identified artists as well, but I think tomorrow we'll really start moving forward. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Katie from ABC. On the other side of it, there's a ton of players doing great work. Have they been involved in this conversation? And if so, what was their feedback? Did they say, that's great, but you have to do this, that, and the other thing to make sure we can get this work done?
We've really only brought people in the last 48 hours, I'd say. Mm-hmm. So both Jay and I have had conversations with players and others, including the union, in the last 48 hours, and I think the reaction has been overwhelmingly positive, is that this is an opportunity.
Can you talk about any of those players way?
No, but we not. I'm with Jay in that. When I have a,
the question.
When I have a,
she asked it not expecting an answer. Don't worry about it. She's like, can she?
Hey Roger, Dan Kaplan, The Athletic. You mentioned Robert Kraft's role. What about some other owners who in the past have wanted the focus to be more on the football field and not outside the lines?
well, we again, it's not. We've talked about, even in the halftime show, Jay made the point about, we have to improve the quality even of the sound in the stadium. So how do we do that? And so we've had some conversations about that. And I always remind, we still have a football game going on. And that, that's the magic of what all these people back here do, is you're putting on an incredible event that is around a football game. We always want the focus on football, and I think that's something that we do, and we do it very well. But we also want to put the light on things that, I think our players care about, our clubs care about, and they do a lot of work in their communities. And so it's not indifferent to what we do. We get to a game, people want to watch a football game. That's what that's what they love doing. And that brings people together. And music, football, entertainment, that's something that we bring people together of all backgrounds and likes and dislikes. And that's something that's important for us to take advantage of and use in a powerful way.
Is there anyone that hasn't asked?
Can we just stop that and just let everybody talk? We could conclude. You could come over here and sit down, and we could just. Everybody got any other questions? No, I'm not. No, by the way, you did a great job. I'm so sorry.
JJ, you've been raising the consciousness of this country for decades. Why do you feel like partnering with the NFL will further your mission to inspire, rather than doing what you've been doing, which seems to be speaking out against it?
Yeah, I feel like it's the place where it happened. And you go to the place where it happened, and then you have that conversation there.
So you think that by a lot of people, like especially people on Twitter, communities of it's a lot of criticism. You think that working with the NFL will further bridge the gap? I mean, it's like polarizing.
I think about it like this. The NBA, I don't know, let's call it 18 years ago, had a player called Mahmoud. You familiar with him? A Muslim guy, played for the Denver Nuggets. He didn't want to stand up for the national anthem because of his religion. He wasn't playing the next year, right? So at that time, the NBA was like, everyone's like, If you look today at the NBA, the way it is, people would say it's at the forefront of social justice, right? There was a time where it wasn't. So these things happen. People have to evolve, and people have to want to be better, and people have to want to have conversations. And this isn't Twitter. You can't just throw someone out if they make a mistake. You know what I mean? This is the real world. You can't say, you made a mistake, you're canceled. I'm never speaking to you ever again. That doesn't accomplish anything. So that's what I believe. I believe real change is had through conversation and real work. Wanting to do things. And what better way to do it than where the conversation first took place.
And by the way, I don't think either one of us expected that this relationship wouldn't have its critics. I think we're both used to, I'm more used to critics than he is.
Might be 50-50 there.
but we knew that. But you don't let the critics or the negativity overwhelm the chance to do something really positive. And I think that was sort of both our views, is that, yeah, we know there'll be people who criticize, but we'll do the work, we'll succeed, and we'll make a difference. And I think we'll prove that the relationship was a real positive in providing better entertainment, but also in making a change and an impact in the meantime.
Roger, have you reached out to the network partners, CBS's, ABC's, ESPN, et cetera?
I was just going to say, I was waiting for that one.
He's here.
The good news is you're all our partners, but yeah. No, only because I think we wanted to have this conversation. We wanted to be able to share our vision with you guys and be able to do that directly with you guys, and then I'll start this afternoon.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I think there's 3 calls already back in my office.
Will you look to integrate it into some of the programs?
Oh, for sure.
On game day?
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, Jay and I were
and he put it in such eloquent and simple terms. It means asking people's permission, asking them repeatedly. And it has been at the heart of how we view privacy. And so, you know, we believe that privacy is a fundamental human right. And we see a world where privacy takes a back seat, and you have this sort of surveillance kind of mode everywhere, that this is a world where people begin to do less and think less. They begin to alter their behavior because they know they're being watched. And this is not a world that any of us want to live in. I think he saw that and saw that well, and I, you know, have every reason to believe that he would have put up a good arguments and good fights along the way.
Which you have been attempting to do in lots of ways, whether it's around advertising or anything else.
Well, what we've felt is that people should own their data and they should make their own decision. And so what we believed is that people should be empowered to be able to make that decision in a really straightforward and simple manner, not buried 95 pages deep in a privacy policy somewhere. And so that's the way that we've looked at it, and we continue as each year goes by to try to give our users, to empower them to make those decisions for themselves. And you see the features that we've rolled out over time that do that. We are not trying to make the decision for them.
Well, you have by de facto become, because of this core value of this company started by Steve, you've become the de facto regulator in that regard, because regulators haven't stepped in.
Yeah, we're not just trying to be a regulator, Kara. All we're trying to do is give people the ability to make the decision for themselves. Do they want to be tracked? Is this something that they're by freely making the decision to do? And so we're presenting them the ability to make that decision. And we just keep trying to do that more and more and more as time goes on.
So Johnny, we were talking earlier about care, when we talked earlier this week about care and design, and that's another thing, because a lot of the stuff that's been rolled out that have been privacy violations have been rolled out without care. That's, you know, without, I think, without consequences, without intentionality, or just lack of caring about the consequences. Talk a little bit about the idea of care and design.
I think
thinking, I mean, care is a tough word in some ways to understand. I think it's easier to understand carelessness, which is, I see, you know, it being a disregard for people. You know, carelessness to me is just seeing people as a potential revenue stream, not the reason to work immoderately hard to really express your love and appreciation for the rest of the species. So for us in our practice of design, I think care is very often felt and not necessarily seen. And I think, and I know it's something that I think the three of us feel strongly about, that sort of care that is, I mean, Steve talked about, you know, the carpenter, the cabinet maker that would finish the back of the drawer. And it's that you're bothered beyond whether something is actually publicly seen. You do it not because there's I don't know, an economic interest. You do it because it's the right moral decision. And I think particularly as a designer, I think it's very often in the very small, quiet things, like worrying about how you package a cable, or
you clearly worry about that a lot. Yeah.
I worry about that ever such a lot. And,
It shows.
and Steve worried about that a lot as well. And I think it's that sort of, that preoccupation. You know, when you're sat there on a Sunday afternoon worrying about the power cable that's packaged as a ziggy-zag thing, and you're going to take that little wire tie off, when you're sat there on a Sunday afternoon worrying about this isn't really very good, the only reason, I think you're very aware that the reason you are there is because I think our species deserves better. It deserves some thought. And it's a lovely way of, I don't know, I think you feel connected.
Right. I remember once Walt came back from visiting him when they made, when Microsoft made their, what was it, the Zune? Zune.
The Zune.
The Zune. Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, it was a Microsoft version of the iPod, really. And apparently Steve had not seen it, and Walt handed it to him, and this is what he did. Walt handed it to him, and he went like this. Very dramatic, very Steve. He goes, I cannot touch that. That is disgusting, essentially. You know, he was doing it for Walt's benefit, but he was repulsed by the design. He was repulsed by of what it was, whether it worked or not, I don't care. Lorraine, talk about this idea of care around creation, because you're doing a whole lot of different things now, but the idea of that seemed to be something that mattered, and some people thought it was niggling details, fastidiousness, whatever it was. How do you look at that?
I think that Steve, early on in his life, developed out a very full aesthetic sense. Certainly before I did, and he noticed details of everything, the way that the floor meets the walls, meets the ceilings, the way that the lights are either recessed or not recessed, whether or not the sconce design allows for the kind of illumination that it's meant for. All things like that. He was very, very much aware of both the physical and the natural environment. He was animated by the natural environment as well, and I think, as I mentioned, he loved California. He really loved California. He loved the natural beauty and the light of it, and the sense of openness and possibility, and I think that allowed him to have a much broader sense of what his life could be as well. I think that, you know, people made fun of us for years because in our house we couldn't agree on a sofa or chairs. So for many, many years we had neither. But mainly because we really, you know, there were so many details that we had to agree on.
Yeah.
And we finally did.
Yeah.
But I think it took about 8 years.
Oh, wow. It wasn't just a thing, I don't like couches. Because there's a lot of pictures of him without couches. a lot of, if I
Yeah,
recall.
but that was a,
That's why, okay.
That was a real thing.
So one of the things was the idea of how to wield power, Tim. And under your leadership, since you took over, Apple has become enormous. It was a much smaller company when Steve was running it. How do you look at that idea? Because one of the things that Apple's undergoing now is all of tech is undergoing scrutiny around power, about the power that these companies have over people. I'd love you to sort of reflect on the idea of what the concepts were at the beginning, because one of the things Steve did was push against power, that famous ad, obviously, and he talked about it a lot, the idea of he didn't seem to like power, but now this is probably the most powerful company in tech, or one of them.
We don't think in those terms.
Okay.
That's not how we think. We think about our values, and we think about using any platform that we might have to expand those values. And so we just talked about privacy, but environment is another one. We touch a lot of companies around the world because we manufacture things. And we know that we have a responsibility to convince those companies to use renewable energy and to recycle and to do things that are sustainable. So that's the lens that we look at it through, not the lens of power and wielding it. I mean, in a lot of ways, the company is still run the way Steve set it up.
How would you describe that?
It's still a functional-based company. We don't have these many P&Ls in that where people fight about what costs are allocated to which P&L and those sorts of things. We have one for the company. Mm-hmm. And we have someone that owns software and someone that owns hardware and someone that owns technology and someone that owns design. And it's a great partnership and collaboration. And it was something that he demanded of people, was this idea of collaboration and the idea that small teams could do incredible things together. Mm-hmm. And, he ran a meeting every Monday. Johnny will remember this well, at 9 o'clock. Oh. And no matter where you were in that meeting at 9 o'clock on Monday. And he would get the top people of the company together, and we'd go through everything in the company that was key. We still run that same meeting on that same day at that same time. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of the things that he brought that aren't talked about very much, they live on in terms of the principles and so forth that he utilized. Mm-hmm. We don't sit around and say, what would Steve do? He told us not to do that.
Right.
But the reality is that he was the best teacher I've ever had, by far. And those teachings live on. And not just in me, because it's in a whole bunch of people that are there.
So give me a few of those teaching from your perspective. What was most
he was always on that Apple should make the best products, not the most.
Well, yes.
And so that looking at things from that lens changes everything, mm-hmm. right? And in reality, and sometimes those two align, and the best is the most, mm-hmm. but many times it doesn't. And many times it won't, because products become commoditized over time in certain fields, like the personal computer business that really happened to. Mm-hmm. And we've never set a goal to make the most personal computers. Mm-hmm. We make the Mac, and we love what the Mac does, and it's the best. So we can be proud that it's the best. He had a view that he really drilled in me, that Apple should own its primary technologies. Mm. And that thinking led us to go into the processor business for the Mac. Mm-hmm. First on the iPhone. And,
right, which
and
means
then
not buy Intel chips or whatever.
Right, it did mean that, because it's a very core technology. He believed that you should own the customer experience in total. Mm-hmm. and that the way that a customer felt drove him significantly. He wanted to delight people. You heard on the video, and this happened thousands of times, where he would get notes from somebody that he doesn't know, and they would talk about getting our product and finding out that it did X and Y that they didn't even know that it did. And maybe it was years after they had initially bought the product. And so these are still, deeply embedded into the company.
But talk about most. One of you talked about the Nano. Was it the Nano? Or
the Nano.
That became big, right?
Very
he was
big.
Surprised, correct?
Yeah, no, I remember I know we were chatting about this, but over lunch, I can't remember which generation of the Nano it was, but he was so surprised to be directly touching people. I was so struck that he'd always assumed vicariously his work, Apple's work, would have enormous influence. Mm-hmm. But this was suddenly the volumes of this product, the fact that it was literally directly touching people, thrilled him. Not because of exactly as Tim described, not because that was a goal, huge volume, but to be so relevant with something that we'd poured so much care into.
Mm-hmm. So the idea but he still liked that it was not just impactful, but the good business, presumably.
We never talked about the business stuff.
Never?
Not really.
What did you talk about?
I told you, like hanking cables.
Yeah.
But I was, I don't know, we talked about a lot of stuff that was really about how we saw the world. Mm-hmm. I thought the way, actually it was interesting seeing that clip of Bill and Steve, when Bill said that he was jealous of Steve's taste.
He was.
And I don't think that meant Bill was jealous of the way Steve chose his sneakers.
No.
I think it was that there was something beautiful about the way that Steve thought and about the way he perceived things and the way he saw the world. And I think there was, Lorene and I were chatting about this, there was such intention in Steve's thinking, wasn't there? There was such rigor. And I've never met somebody so curious and so inquisitive. Mm-hmm. His curiosity wasn't, casual or passive. It was ferocious. Mm-hmm. It was restless, but it was intentional. And
right. Talk about that. You just were nodding.
Oh, I was thinking about actually when Steve came back to Apple, and Tim would probably know how many product lines there actually were and how many products there were in the 30s or 40s. And so...
Too many, in other words, too many product lines. Yeah.
Way too many.
So many, and they were, of course, running out of money. And he clarified, went around and talked to everyone, and then clarified and justified the product line to be a 2x2 matrix and narrowed it down to 4 things. Now, that meant he had to use incredibly disciplined decision-making and focus, but he also was very much driven by keeping the company in business. Mm-hmm. So at that point, he was very concerned about the business and used that very much as a yardstick. And I think that something else that Steve often talked about was the power of saying no. Not no to bad ideas, but no to great ideas. Mm-hmm. No to ideas that you desperately wish to follow through on, but they actually don't fit in that.
That's what Evan was just talking about, some of his ideas. He can't do them for various reasons, to find the discipline in them. Keep going with that idea, the idea that you just don't do them.
No. So that speaks to sort of the clarity of his thinking and the crispness of his thinking, as well as his desire to make those 4 things the best on the planet, because he often talked about leaving behind a body of work, the way that an artist does.
Right.
And so he would, when you want to have a body of work, you want it to be great.
So talking about that idea of creativity, one of the things he talked about a lot when we talked was about mixing the art and the commerce and the technology, which I think has been lost rather significantly. I'd love it from your perspective, Tim, when you think about what you're making now, do you think, how hard is it to marry those things without the person who talked about them all the time?
I think, Steve's vision for Apple was always to stand at the intersection of the liberal arts and technology, was to always be there. And we've always tried to stay in that spot and always think about the humanities, sort of the person behind the product, the person that's using the product, and have the technology kind of recede into the background. And time again, he showed that he was doing that. And he would make bold decisions on focus, as witnessed by, I think he even shared on one of these stages, that he initially was going to work on a tablet when he saw multi-touch, and decided, no, this could be a phone. And the phone was more important than the tablet. And so he took what was arguably a great idea and shelved it for years. This was not a, let's delay it a couple weeks or a year or something. This was multiple years. And iPad, as you know, people love the product.
So delaying it to the phone. He did lie about the phone on stage to us, absolutely directly, and then laughed about it the next year. And we go, did you lie to us? He goes, I did.
I think initially, Steve was very concerned that Apple could not control the product.
Yes, the orifice thing.
In a way that would make it the best product. He was worried that the carriers would direct the design of the product. And so he was very worried that that would wind up being a product that Apple should not be doing. And so it was not until he saw a way to change that that he became a huge proponent of Apple in the phone business.
He did on stage at All Things E, he said, I don't like crawling through orifices, which we were like, lovely.
Yeah, I was just wording it a little differently.
Yeah, right. Well, he was talking about phone companies. And that's why you saw that picture of Walt and I going through the orifice. But one of the things that was interesting about it was getting control of that. Getting control of whether Bob Iger talked about that, getting control of content, getting control of things that had been in powerful positions that prevented you from making things at that time, as I recall. When you think about that, Johnny, one of the things was design, the freedom of design. How do you look at current design right now of things compared to what you were making? I know you're working on a range of things. You can't talk about everything you're making. But how do you look at what's happened to design?
That's a curious, I think we're so sort of preoccupied with what we're wrestling with that's fairly sort of all-consuming. I think the problems, the challenges are, remain the same. I do think that there are fabulous affordances with interfaces like, for example, multi-touch. But we do remain physical beings, and I do think that there are opportunities, and sometimes I think potentially the pendulum may swing a little to have interfaces and products that are more tactile and more engaging physically. Obviously, there are the wins are substantial to have the ability to have an interface that is app specific. But I think there are examples where the interface is being driven by inappropriately by something like multi-touch.
Like cars.
For example.
Yeah. What would a car you design look like?
You know I can't talk to you about.
I could ask the same. What would a car you would design?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question for me. I'm not a car person, really. So I love beautiful old ones that are no longer safe to drive. So
I find most electric cars soulless. I find them soulless.
Yeah,
That's why I can't buy one yet.
I would say I know you guys don't love the design of Tesla, but I appreciate the degree of its safety. Mm-hmm. It's really quite nice. But I was thinking I would like to come back to your previous question, if I may, Kara, because I think that something that Steve always took great pride in was being surrounded by artists and poets and musicians, and that has to do with design. So you design who you're with, and you find diversity of thought, and it brings out something different in you. And it's what Tim was talking about, is really residing in that intersection of liberal arts or humanities and technology. And I think that Silicon Valley has always been a place where people came with big ideas and wanted to come and do great things.
More is the plastics problem. And in the oceans, it takes the form more of microplastics. Everybody's probably familiar with the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, but these things have turned up everywhere at the lowest depths of the ocean and the most remote corners.
I can tell you a very sad story about that, in fact.
Go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, yes, there's a large patch in the Pacific Ocean. It's not on the surface, it's underneath the surface. But there are gyres of microplastics and plastics in every named ocean. It's everywhere. In the last Volvo Ocean Race, I don't know if anybody watches that here. It's a very popular world sport.
Those people are crazy.
They're crazy. But they also, this last time, served as scientists. They carried equipment on some of the boats that looked for microplastics in the water. They had little filters and collection systems and wireless transponders as they went through a 45,000 nautical mile course. And they have a map you can find online that shows where they found concentrations of microplastics. And of course, it's around the coastlines of Europe, as you would expect, Cape Town, the Australian coast. But also, you found concentrations that were measurable in the Southern Ocean, in a place where the nearest human beings to the guys on their 65-foot boats were in the space station, circling overhead. And you also, there's an article in the New York Times, I think just a couple of weeks ago, that you find these microplastic fragments and microfibers from our fleeces in farm country in Shanghai, in the Galapagos Islands, in the highest Alps of the Pyrenees. So that the high-level winds on the Earth are carrying this stuff everywhere and anywhere. That's kind of terrifying. We know it's in the deepest ocean, and we know that the phytoplankton are consuming microplastic fibers. But this is my bad story, my funny story. It's really kind of sad. We had an expedition on Falkor recently in the Gulf of California, and the lead expedition, this is where they saw these fabulous hydrothermal vents, which you find in different parts of the ocean, but these were particularly beautiful, 70, 80 feet tall, standing off the bottom of the ocean, and the thermal heated water forming upside-down pools, which were just trippy for this researchers. They had the ROV down there, and they kept saying, can you go down, look up again? What is that? What are we seeing? It's also teeming with life. This is sulfuric chemistry down there, boiling water, and it's teeming with life. We're just beginning to get this. Anyway, this is the story. So that lead researcher said it was really magical, but it was also really creepy and frightening, because down there in all of that life, 6,500 feet down, they came upon Disney balloons, Elsa and Mickey Mouse faces, even a fully flocked Christmas tree covered with ribbons. I mean, it was crazy. So that's what we're seeing, right?
I'm not surprised about Elsa, but yeah.
Mickey Mouse, though? Come on.
There's one thing that your organization has been involved as an early backer of that intrigues me, just as a technology at an early stage, which is sail drone. Can you tell me a little bit about what it is and what you think that technology on a broader scale could lead to?
Sure. Does anybody know what sail drones are? I should describe for you. Just Colleen, you do. Imagine the hull of a ship, any size, with a fixed wing or a fixed sail in the center of it. These are autonomous vessels, and they come in different sizes, and they're able to navigate throughout the ocean as a platform for sensors of all kinds. And so this idea developed in the mind of a sailor, not surprisingly. His name is Richard Jenkins, and as a young mechanical engineer, he got the world speed record over land with a vehicle in the desert that had a fixed wing on it. So he understood this idea of how to propel things. And we met him, Eric and I met him when we were building Falkor. He was a consultant of some kind in Hamburg, Germany. Anyway, we met him, and he told me about this idea back in 2012. And we thought, well, fine, let's try it out. What fun. And he built a prototype. And I remember Falkor had launched. We were meeting Falkor in Honolulu. And as we were leaving this first meeting of the scientists, where we announced this policy that we had for the boat, we were flying out, and I knew Richard's sail drone was on its way to Honolulu from San Francisco, solo. So it had been jibing all the way to Hawaii. Now, why did I expect to see a 19-foot thing as I took off in the airplane, a bright orange thing? I don't know why I thought I'd see it, but they did in fact do that, and they tested these things out over years, navigating into very remote areas. What's so great about them is you could have a fleet of them, imagine that, and provide ocean services. This was Richard's idea. And they could go where ships couldn't. It follows the trajectory we really believe in, which is that we need to assemble these suites of technologies that are lower cost and have greater flexibility and can gather a lot more data faster than a conventional ship could do. So anyway, we gave a series of loans to Richard to get this thing going. He got some space in Alameda, California. People started donating hulls to him. The Team Oracle donated after the last America's Cup, one of its 72-foot catamaran hulls. And he started hiring people. he hired people from Hollywood, people who were good at visualizing data. Because it's one thing to go out and collect all of these numbers and graphs, but if you can't make sense out of them or show them to people, they're not very useful. So he hired all these special effects people from Hollywood. He housed them in shipping containers in a big warehouse. And he just believed in his idea. And people would want to talk about it with him. And he'd say, I don't want publicity. I don't want anybody talking about this until we're really doing it. So at some point, it was obvious that we had to say, Richard, you need a CEO in here. You have a really good idea, and you're a smart guy, but let's get a CEO. So the money kept coming. And eventually, over a period of about 5 years, they had proven what they could do. They were getting customers. And 18 months ago, they got an infusion of 90 million venture dollars. So we look at our job as being the early risk capital and things like that. And our group Schmidt Technology Partners Marine Technology Partners is all about that. There's this huge gap between what people have in their laboratories or in their garages and what can be commercialized. And often they don't have the skills you need to take it from here to here. So we've got a group that focuses exactly on that space. I've talked to people here at MIT who said to me, 20 years ago, you had laboratories. You had these places where people went on the development cycle, which could be 10 years long. A traditional venture capitalist isn't going to touch that. And the government doesn't touch it either, by the way, because that's pretty high risk for the government. But that's where I think we have a role to play as philanthropists. We're giving money away anyway. Be the high risk capital. Go out there and do your research and figure out what the market really looks like and see if you can accelerate the pace of our understanding of something as complex as the ocean, which has pretty much been under attack for the last 50, 60 years.
So it's kind of like ARPA-E, but for the oceans. Hopefully that wasn't for my ARPA-E remark. That was for the actual work that she's doing. It strikes me that your observation about the oceans being under attack for so many years, and us really playing catch up right now with it. The government is not doing all that much to spur innovation in the ocean sector in terms of, like, you have NOAA doing research, you have some other agencies, but we have aging fleets of research vessels. We have one icebreaker, which the administration envisions, I guess, taking on China and Russia at the same time. What I want to know is how you envision, at the end of the day, when you've read as many depressing headlines as I can possibly produce, how you view the hierarchy of some of the biggest problems to tackle in the oceans space right now, and what can be tackled by an organization like yours that is taking technology from garages to try to get them either commercialized or to the point where the research community can take such advantage of.
Well, my first exposure to that sort of approach was through the Ocean Health X Prizes that I funded. I think I heard somebody say in that video that you don't know where innovation comes from. The fact is you really don't. And I think incentive prizes, I know the government does this sometimes, I know MIT does this sometimes. I work with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation on the new plastics economy, where we're realizing the value of plastic. It's very useful, but we need to keep that value in the economy and out of the environment. And so there's a place for invention there. What new materials can we use? When we take things out of the ocean, we find garbage in the ocean. 40% of it is food packaging. So when you're buying something at the store and you're taking it home, how long do you need it to survive? About 24 hours usually to get it to your house or your refrigerator. The packaging doesn't need to live for 1,000 years. So we need to attack from the vantage point of invention and incentivizing people to do that. I also think when you look at problems that are worldwide, like illegal fishing and overfishing, again, invention and people's ideas can help us monitor a lot better. We have grantees at Schmidt Marine Technology Partners that are developing monitoring systems that can go on fishing boats. There's a group called Conservation X Labs that has a DNA barcode scanner. Needs no special training or even constant power, but would allow people to identify wildlife or seafood for what it really is anywhere in the world. Right now, when seafood arrives in the United States, it all goes to a big warehouse, and good luck if it is what it says it is. You don't really know that. There's no way to tell. Right? So there's all these technologies that exist on land, let's say, that can be applied to these problems in the ocean. Acidification, it's an invisible problem until you know what to look for and what the effects of it are, right? And the destruction of the shells and skeletons of mussels and clams and oysters and these things we like to eat, very unfriendly as the ocean pH changes. 0.1 pH unit of change over 100 years is a 30% change in the acidity in the ocean. It's just last century. The last time we know that happened 50 million years ago, it took millennia for anything to change like that. And now, within decades, we see these changes. So better monitoring, better control of what's happening within our coastlines, just 3 miles offshore. If we could just understand that situation, what the runoff really looks like from our roads, what's going on in our farmland. Those nitrogen fertilizers are washing into the Gulf. We had the largest dead zone ever seen in the Gulf of Mexico in 2017. It was the size of New Jersey. And nothing can live there.
Also not an accident, I'm just saying.
No, but the point is we have to make this connection.
I lived in New Jersey for a while.
I grew up there. Look, I'm not putting down New Jersey. Which exit? Yeah. We've got to start making the connection between healthy soils and healthy seas. They're not different. I feel like the last century has been a century of silos. It's been that way in the way we look at science even. People get PhDs in different disciplines and can hardly speak to each other because they've lost their common language. And science is a human-centered enterprise. It's the same as ethics and philosophy, really. I'm very happy at MIT. They're pulling those things together.
All the change that I saved, for like a year probably, it was gone. It was stolen.
Oh,
I was
man.
like, my friend stole my money. That's so not cool.
I don't remember that.
I don't think you were there. I think that was.
Oh, I definitely remember hanging out at your place with some of those kids, but I don't remember the sleepover part. And I remember somebody with like army boots smashing.
Probably Jesse.
Chocolate chips into your carpet.
Jesse Cunningham.
Yeah, who turned into a skinhead.
Yeah, he was kind of a skinhead in middle school. He had shaved head and
well, he was like
he listened to punk
he was
rock.
skinhead curious in middle school, but then in high school he went like for real neo-Nazi.
Mhm.
And last time I heard, he like got like his eye gouged out or something. Did you hear that?
It doesn't surprise me. I did not hear that.
No.
I haven't spoken to him since high school.
Yeah,
but he and I were really tight.
I was pretty tight with him too. We hung out at his mom's house a lot. Yeah.
He shaved a mohawk in my head.
Oh, nice. He was like a decent guy back then. Like I'm sure he still sort of is. Like I don't know how people get
Probably.
off on those paths.
I don't either.
Yeah, it's like on a one-on-one basis, he was pretty cool, but he obviously had a
Just
lot
got
of like
angry.
anger issues.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then high school came around, and that was fun.
Yeah, what was what did we get up to in high school? You were always like a grade ahead.
Well, no, I was in the same grade as you, but I was dating Nora, and she was a grade ahead of me, so I graduated a year early.
That's right.
So I felt like I was.
You were still ahead of the curve on coolness in high school.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I missed out on a lot. You guys did so much fun stuff.
Yeah,
I missed out on
can see
most of the
that.
drugs. I missed out on most of the drinking, most of the fun stuff. I'd sort of like dip my toe into those things, but I never fully went on the journey
I did like
with
a
you guys.
cannonball and then
Yeah.
see how long I could hold my breath underwater in that department. But no, whenever I hung out with you guys, like you and Nora and like Michael McDonald.
Yeah.
I definitely always felt like I was a dorky kid. Like you guys are like talking about music and I don't know.
Oh man, that's so weird. I always thought of you as like someone cooler. Yeah.
I guess that the whole cool thing is a little hard to measure.
It is. Well, I guess that's why. Yeah.
Tell me, this is like something I just want to know, like, what was your, 5-minute story of what your relationship with Nora?
Oh,
What'd you
okay.
get from out of that? What were some like
first love
milestone moments?
First time I had sex as a semi-adult. So that was a milestone.
What was different about that sex?
Well, we both sort of knew what we were doing a little bit more. I had sex when I was really young. I don't know if you knew that. Did you know that?
Yeah, you've told me.
Okay, I don't remember. Like, I tell some people that, and they're like, "What?"
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that was like, that was the first time you're like, "Whoa, I'm super into this person."
Right.
Whereas before,
You
it
had
was
like
just sort of-
emotional.
yeah, exactly.
Connection. Yeah.
Before it was just playtime, but we got together because her parents were out of town for like 3 weeks over the summer.
Both of y'all's parents?
No, just hers.
Her parents.
And she had a car. Like those two.
That's right. She had a car
Yeah.
before all of us because she was older than us.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
we'd ride around in that
she had a,
VW bug.
that blue VW bug.
Yeah.
So yeah, I never thought of her much. I mean, I definitely noticed her and thought she was pretty cute, and like she was definitely different. She was super smart and quiet, but like really sort of powerful in her quietness, and super reserved and difficult to understand and moody, and all those things were like added up to sort of this like person I'm like really interested in. But you can't estimate the importance of having someone's parents out of town for like 3 weeks and having a car. It's like without those things, we probably never would have gotten
freedom.
together. Yeah.
That's cool.
But by the time our parents got back, we was in love.
Yeah. Huh.
What else? Yeah, I mean, I graduated school a year early because she was ahead of me, and I, wanted to like keep up. Thought maybe we'd like stay together, but we only were dating for like 10 months, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was pretty. I mean, we're like in this like weird limbo state after that, where I was always trying to get back together with her, and we sort of not really did, but kind of did. She got me to move her up to Portland. And it sucked. It was really crappy.
Oh man, so it was kind of like she used you a little bit there.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't. There was no like tit for tat, and I mean, there was definitely no tat.
All tit on your end.
Yeah. And she packed so much shit in her VW. It was a different VW by then. She had a Rabbit, which is an older like 80s Rabbit, that you couldn't put the seat all the way back. Like the crap was built up so much in her back seat that it was pushing the seats forward. So we drove all the way from Texas to Portland, Oregon.
Like
leaning way forward in the seat. And I was like, let's take it easy. Let's make it like fun. Let's go sightseeing. And she was like, I want to get there now. So we basically drove straight. Like we got there in like 48 hours.
Oh, wow.
and then I helped her unpack, and then I flew back. It was like, yeah, I don't know. It's like the weird thing about Nora is like I think I've got this thing where like difficult women who like don't really love me are the ones that like I like don't necessarily like I don't have the best time with by any means.
Yeah.
But there's something about their like reserved nature that makes me like want to prove myself. There's something about that I think is like an unhealthy pattern that I find myself in, attracted to women who don't really like me, which I think is why I'm always like a little attracted to lesbians. I think there's a couple reasons I'm a little attracted to lesbians, but I think that's one of them. They're not really available.
Like,
so I like to achieve things, you know.
Right,
so
right.
it's like if
it's the challenge.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's not entirely healthy. How about you? First love?
First love. First love was Miss Ashley Ray from Dallas, Texas. That girl, we went to college together, and first thing I noticed about her was her tits, which are very nice.
Second thing?
Second thing, I don't know. Everything else. Then I got to know her. I mean, we were together for like 2.5 years. But
let's stay with the tits. Describe them. What made them nice tits? I don't know the alphabet that well. Like C's is that big or small?
It's on the bigger side.
Okay.
It's like A, B, C, and D, or like your
typical
quadrants of.
Okay, so it's
boob size, no, but yeah, she started hanging out with my next door neighbors, and we first time we really hung out, we did some kind of psychedelic drug. I think it was it was AMT, alpha methyltryptamine, which was like, at the time legal. And Brandon, my next door neighbor, was like this super brilliant physics student that was all into these research chemicals that were being developed in like factories in China and like shipped over here.
Do you smoke it?
No, you just ingest it. It's like a white powder. But anyway, it's very, the effects are very similar to LSD, and so the three of us had this like crazy, psychedelic experience, and she was dating a guy named Chad at the time who.
Chad, I don't like him already.
Chad was a total prick. Chad was a kind of small-time pot dealer, and just like a kind of macho asshole, and we got into these super intense conversations about her relationship with Chad because we were on these drugs, and like I was like turned into like therapist mode or something. I was like, we need to get Chad over here. So she's like, Chad, I need to talk to you. Like he comes over, and like she's trying to articulate what we've been talking about. Like, it's all about oneness or whatever BS existential stuff we were going off on, and but from that point on, I think she kind of saw me as like an upgrade.
Upgrade from Chad.
Yeah.
I always knew Ross was like Chad 2.0.
I was Chad 2.0. Yeah, I think what sealed the deal was just by far the best blowjob I've ever had. And because I was kind of interested in this other girl, I was like, who should I go after? And after that, I was like, she's the one.
You were hooked.
But actually, I take that back. We actually had a pretty amazing intimate experience that really bonded us initially. That was we were laying on Brandon's floor of Brandon's apartment, and I had told her and Brandon about this kind of exercise you can do, where you just gaze into someone's eyes and stare at their face for about 10 minutes. And sometimes you can have kind of like a experience of like oneness that's, kind of profound.
Do great things.
Not on that particular ping, because it did suck, but go ahead.
Certainly disappointed. I would actually, I don't know, I could imagine him being sort of mad / furious, but also combined with, that sort of compassion and love for the ideals that Lorene described. I think both of those are fabulous fuels to be effective. And I think he would have brought his curiosity and a lack of fear to have ideas. But I think certainly would have felt that there's an imperative here. But when he used to talk about it's important you find what it is you love. I used to think that was because it's nice to feel warm in your tummy. He actually described that as being, because if you're going to do something that's really hard, you need that sort of fuel. And fury and love, I think, are wonderful fuels. And I would expect they would be a mixture of both.
So talk a little bit about one of the things that he did that got a lot of gets attention now and again, his quotes, and it was at a in life, because almost everything, all external expectations, all pride, all fear of embarrassment or failure, these things just fall away in the face of death, leaving only what is truly important. Remembering that you're going to die is the best way to avoid the trap of thinking you have something to lose. You're already naked. There's no reason not to follow your heart. I think we'll end on that. Well, everybody? Thank you for flying up. I heard you were busy today.
It was a fun day.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Yeah, good. You'll explain dynamic violence to me later. I don't understand. It's a great name. It feels like it should be a reality show. Nonetheless, I want to focus on Steve right now. Obviously, these people need no introductions. This is Lorene and Johnny, all well known for being such an important part of this journey. So let's start by looking at some clips of Steve Jobs here at Code and all things Steve. Go ahead.
Personal computer has been a pretty amazing thing in that it's morphed into these different things over the years. First it was a hobbyist tool, and then the age of productivity began, and that's what really fueled a lot of the growth. But then the internet came along. All of a sudden, the next great age of the personal computer started. We feel very strongly at Apple that there's a third great age of the personal computer coming. It's where the personal computer becomes sort of your digital hub. It's becoming the hub for your photography, your movies, your music, obviously. It's integral to our digital lifestyle. No plans at the current time to make a tablet. I think the digital hub has been a resurgence of relevance for the PC. Our retail stores from 0 to a billion faster than anyone's ever done before. Faster, really. Yeah. Are you losing money on those stores? No, we're making money. The third business we're about to get in is about to have a phone. I have no idea. I'll send you one. Thanks. Best iPod we've ever made, by the way. Best phone we've ever made, too. Yeah, that's great. We really revolutionized how to use a cell phone. If it was nothing but a cell phone, it'd be really successful. It's the internet in your pocket for the first time.
generally, we were both the youngest guys in the room. And now, I'm the oldest guy in the room most of the time. And that's why I love being here. And Ed is so known for his restraint. I have one of the best jobs in the world. I'm incredibly lucky to hang around some of the most wonderful, brightest, committed people I've ever met in my life. And together, we get to play in the best sandbox I've ever seen and try to build great products for people. That's what keeps me going. And it's what kept me going 5 years ago. It's what kept me going 10 years ago when the doors were almost closed. And it's what will keep me going 5 years from now, whatever happens. You know, there's nothing that makes my day more getting an email from some random person in the universe who just bought an iPad over in the UK and tells me the story about how it's the coolest product they've ever brought home, you know, in their lives. That's what keeps me going.
That's great. That was, I think that was his last interview. I think it was just before he died. So let's talk about the current moment. I would love each of you to reflect on how. You can't guess what he was going to think or anything else, but what Steve would think of the current moment in your estimation. Again, we don't know, obviously. Tim, why don't we start with you?
The current moment at Apple or the current moment in the world?
In the world, at Apple?
Oh, I think at Apple, I believe and hope that he would be proud over a day like this where we bring out a lot of innovations that are very much on the principles that he laid out and articulated so well. I think the greater world, he would be troubled by a lot of things that he sees, the sort of the partisanship and the division in the world. But I think he would be happy that we're living up to the values that he talked about so much, like privacy, like protecting the environment. These were core to him while we're keeping up innovation and trying to give people something that enables them to do something they couldn't do otherwise, to give them tools to discover their own self and to change the world in their own way. But I think, you know, so I think it would be mixed. And I hate to project kind of what he would think today. I really don't like to do that. But I think, you know, there are lots of challenges in the world today.
Marie?
It's true that that's an impossible hypothetical, but because we knew him so very well for a long time, in many ways he inhabits each of us. And for me, often the way I make sense of the world, I have sort of, you know, the resonance of his voice in my head often. He would be very disappointed with the political climate, I would say. Not only the polarization, and not only the fact that people are really coming to blows, you know, within families and communities in our country, but also just that he loved our country so much. He loved California so much, but he loved our country. He loved the idea of America. He loved what it allowed the individual and the communities to become. He loved the unfetteredness of it. He loved the personal freedoms and liberties, but also the connectedness and responsibility for each other. It was very important to him to be able to give something back to the human experience. And I think he would not be quiet about. Would he be on Twitter? Would he be on Twitter? No, he wasn't a big fan of social media, mainly because of the business model. But he would not be on Twitter. No, he would be speaking out easily and often.
Yeah, his emails and letters were like tweets, though. They were short and kind of sweet. I remember when you introduced Ping. Ping? Ping. That was some social network. Yeah, he came out of the room. You know, he comes out after he did the speech in the room where people are looking at things. And he came out and he goes, "What do you think?" I said, "I think it sucks." And he goes, "I think so." Right away. And he goes, "I hate social media," which was interesting. And it wasn't because he wasn't social or anything like that. He just couldn't figure it out. Johnny, what do you think? Not on that particular Ping, because it did suck. But go ahead.
It's certainly disappointed. I don't know. I could imagine him being sort of mad/furious, but also combined with you know, that sort of compassion and love for the ideals that Lorene described. I think both of those are fabulous fuels to be effective. And I think he would have brought his curiosity and a lack of fear to have ideas. But I think certainly would have felt that there's an imperative here. But when he used to talk about it's important you find what it is you love. I used to think that was because it's nice to feel warm in your tummy. He actually described that as being because if you're going to do something that's really hard, you need that sort of fuel. And fury and love, I think, are wonderful fuels. And I would expect there would be a mixture of both.
So talk a little bit about one of the things that he did that got a lot of gets attention now and again. His quotes, and it was a code conference or an All Things E conference about privacy. That was something he talked about very clearly, plain English and everything else. Where do you think this is something you've done at Apple a lot? It's been a big core value to the company. It's been good for marketing. People feel safer on it. It's good for sales. Talk a little bit about the issues around privacy now, how you're looking at.
Yeah, Steve really ingrained in the company in the early days the importance of privacy, and it has only grown with every year that has passed since then. He saw I think it was at D8 that he spoke about privacy here in 2010, I think it was, and he put it in such eloquent and simple terms. It means asking people's permission, asking them repeatedly, and it has been at the heart of how we view privacy. And so, we believe that privacy is a fundamental human right, and we see a world where privacy takes a back seat, and you have this sort of surveillance kind of mode everywhere, that this is a world where people begin to do less and think less. They begin to alter their behavior because they know they're being watched. And this is not a world that any of us want to live in. I think he saw that and saw that well, and I have every reason to believe that he would have put up a good arguments and good fights along the way.
Which you have been attempting to do in lots of ways, whether it's on advertising or anything else.
Well, what we felt is that people should own their data and they should make their own decision. And so what we believed is that people should be empowered to be able to make that decision in a really straightforward and simple manner, not buried 95 pages deep in a privacy policy somewhere. And so that's the way that we've looked at it. And we continue, as each year goes by, to try to give our users to empower them to make those decisions for themselves. And you see the features that we've rolled out over time that do that. We are not trying to make the decision for them.
Well, you have by de facto become, because of this core value of this company started by Steve, you become the de facto regulator in that regard, because regulators haven't stepped in.
Yeah, we're not just trying to be a regulator, Tara. All we're trying to do is give people the ability to make the decision for themselves. Do they want to be tracked? Is this something that they're, by freely making the decision to do? And so we're presenting them the ability to make that decision. And we just keep trying to do that more and more and more as time goes on.
So, Johnny, we were talking earlier about we talked earlier this week about care and design, and that's another thing. A lot of the stuff that's been rolled out that have been privacy violations have been rolled out without care. That's without, I think, without consequences, without intentionality, or just lack of caring about the consequences. Talk a little bit about the idea of care and design.
I think, care is a tough word in some ways to understand. I think it's easier to understand carelessness. Which is, I see, being a disregard for people. Carelessness to me is just seeing people as a potential revenue stream, not the reason to work moderately hard to really express your love and appreciation for the rest of the species. So for us in our practice of design, I think care is very often felt and not necessarily seen. And I know it's something that I think the three of us feel strongly about, that that sort of care that is, Steve talks about, the carpenter, the cabinet maker. That would finish the back of the drawer. And it's that you're bothered beyond whether something is actually publicly seen. You do it not because there's an economic interest. You do it because it's the right moral decision. And I think particularly as a designer, I think it's very often in the very small, quiet things, like worrying about how you package a cable.
Really worry about that a lot.
I worry about that ever such a lot. And Steve worried about that a lot as well. And I think it's that sort of, that preoccupation. When you're sat there on a Sunday afternoon worrying about the power cable that's packaged as a zigzag thing, and you're going to take that little wire tie off. When you're sat there on a Sunday afternoon worrying about this isn't really very good. The only reason, and I think you're very aware that the reason you are there is because I think our species deserves better. It deserves some thought. And it's a lovely way of, I don't know, I think you feel connected.
Right. I remember once Walt came back from visiting him when they made Microsoft made their, what was it, the Zune? Zoom.
The Zune.
The Zune. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, it was a Microsoft version of the iPod, really. And apparently Steve had not seen it, and Walt handed it to him, and this is what he did. Walt handed it to him, and he went like this. Very dramatic, very Steve. I cannot touch that. It's disgusting, essentially. He was doing it for Walt's benefit, but he was repulsed by the design. He was repulsed by the design. What it was, whether it worked or not, I don't care. Let me talk about this idea of care around creation, because you're doing a whole lot of different things now. But the idea of, that seemed to be something that mattered, and some people thought it was niggling. Details, fastidiousness, whatever it was. How do you look at that?
I think that Steve, early on in his life, developed out a very full aesthetic sense. Certainly before I did, and he noticed details of everything, the way that the floor meets the walls, meets the ceilings, the way that the lights are either recessed or not recessed, whether or not the sconce design allows for the kind of illumination that it's meant for. All things like that. He was very, very much aware of both the physical and the natural environment. He was animated by the natural environment as well. And I think, as I mentioned, he loved California. He really loved California. He loved the natural beauty and the light of it, and the sense of openness and possibility. And I think that allowed him to have a much broader sense of what his life could be as well. I think that, people made fun of us for years because in our house we couldn't agree on a sofa or chairs. So for many, many years we had neither. But mainly because we really, there were so many details that we had to agree on, and we finally did. Yeah, but I think it took about 8 years.
It wasn't just a thing. I don't like couches. There's a lot of pictures of without couches. A lot of,
Yeah, but that's
why.
that was a real thing.
So one of the things was the idea of how to wield power, Tim. And under your leadership, since you took over, Apple has become enormous. It was a much smaller company when Steve was running it. How do you look at that idea? Because one of the things that Apple's undergoing now is all of tech is going to scrutiny around power, about the power that these companies have over people. I'd love you to sort of reflect on the idea of what the concepts were at the beginning, because one of the things Steve did was push against power, that famous ad, obviously, and he talked about it a lot, the idea of he didn't seem to like power, but now this is probably the most powerful company in tech, or one of them.
We don't think in those terms.
Okay.
That's not how we think. We think about our values, and we think about using any platform that we might have to expand those values. And so we just talked about privacy, but environment is another one. We touch a lot of companies around the world because we manufacture things, and we know that we have a responsibility to convince those companies to use renewable energy and to recycle and to do things that are sustainable. So that's the lens that we look at it through, not the lens of power and building it. I mean, in a lot of ways, the company is still run the way Steve said.
How would you describe that?
It's still a functional-based company. We don't have these many P&Ls in that where people fight about what costs are allocated to which P&L and those sorts of things. We have one for the company, and we have someone that owns software and someone that owns hardware and someone that owns technology and someone that owns design, and it's a great partnership and collaboration, and it was something that he demanded of people, was this idea of collaboration and the idea that small teams could do incredible things together. And he ran a meeting every Monday. Johnny will remember this well, at 9 o'clock.
Oh.
And no matter where you were in that meeting at 9 o'clock on Monday. And
This is in
he would get the top people of the company together, and we'd go through everything in the company that was key. We still run that same meeting on that same day. At that same time. And so a lot of the things that he brought that aren't talked about very much. They live on in terms of the principles and so forth that he utilized. We don't sit around and say, what would Steve do? He told us not to do that.
Right.
But the reality is that he was the best teacher I've ever had, by far. And those teachings live on. And not just in me, because it's in a whole bunch of people that are there.
Give me a few of those teachings from your perspective.
Well, he was always he was always on that Apple should make the best products, not the most.
Well, yes.
And so that looking at things from that lens changes everything. Right? And in reality, and sometimes those two align and the best is the most, but many times it doesn't, and many times it won't, because because products become commoditized over time in certain fields, like the personal computer business that really happened to. And we've never set a goal to make the most personal computers. We make the Mac, and we love what the Mac does, and it's the best. So we can be proud that it's the best. He had a view that he really drilled in me, that Apple should own its primary technologies. And that thinking led us to go into the processor business for the Mac. First on the iPhone.
Right, it's not by Intel chips.
Right, it did mean that, because it's a very core technology. He believed that you should own the customer experience in total, and that the way that a customer felt drove him significantly. He wanted to delight people. You heard on the video, and this happened thousands of times, where he would get notes from somebody that he doesn't know, and they would talk about getting our product and finding out that it did X and Y that they didn't even know that it did. And maybe it was years after they initially bought the product. And so these are still deeply embedded into the company.
We're talking about most. Why don't we talk about the Nano? Was it the Nano? Or that became big, right? He was surprised, correct?
Yeah, no, I remember I know we were chatting about this, but over lunch, I can't remember which generation of the Nano it was. But he was so surprised to be directly touching people. I mean, I was so struck that he'd always assumed vicariously his work, Apple's work, would have enormous influence. But this was suddenly that the volumes of this product, the fact that it was literally directly touching people, thrilled him. Not because of exactly as Tim described, not because that was a goal, huge volume, but to be so relevant with something that we poured so much care into.
So the idea that he still liked that it was not just impactful, but a good business, presumably.
We never talked about the business stuff.
Never?
Not really.
What did you talk about?
I told you, like hanking cables.
Yeah.
But I was, I don't know, we talked about a lot of stuff that was really about how we saw the world. You know, I thought the way, actually it was interesting seeing that clip of Bill and Steve, when Bill said that he was jealous of Steve's taste.
He was.
And I don't think that meant Bill was jealous of the way Steve chose sneakers.
No.
I think it was that there was something beautiful about the way that Steve thought. And about the way he perceived things and the way he saw the world. And I think there was, you know, Lorena and I were chatting about this. There was such intention in Steve's thinking, wasn't there? You know, there was such rigor, and you know, I've never met somebody so curious and so inquisitive. You know, his curiosity wasn't, you know, casual or passive; it was ferocious. It was restless, but it was intentional. And
talk about that. You just were nodding.
Oh, I was thinking about actually when Steve came back to Apple, and Tim would probably know how many product lines there actually were and how many products there were in the 30s or 40s. And so
too many. In other words, too many product lines.
Way too many.
So many, and they were, of course, running out of money. And he clarified he went around and talked to everyone and then clarified and justified the product line to be a 2x2 matrix and narrowed it down to 4 things. Now, that meant he had to use incredibly disciplined decision-making and focus, but he also was very much driven by keeping the company in business. So he, at that point, he was very concerned about the business and used that very much as a yardstick. And I think that something else that Steve often talked about was the power of saying no. Not no to bad ideas, but no to great ideas. No to ideas that you desperately wish to follow through on, but they actually don't fit in that
talking about some of his, like, he can't do them for various reasons, find the discipline in them. So keep going with that idea, the idea that you just don't do them.
No. So that speaks to sort of the clarity of his thinking and the crispness of his thinking, as well as his desire to make those four things the best on the planet. Because he often talked about leaving behind a body of work, the way that an artist does.
Right.
And so he would, when you want to have a body of work, you want it to be great.
So talking about that idea of creativity, one of the things he talked about a lot when we talked was about mixing the art and the commerce and the technology, which I think has been lost rather significantly. I'd love it from your perspective, Tim, when you think about what you're making now, do you think, how hard is it to marry those things without the person who talked about them all the time?
I think, Steve's vision for Apple was always to stand at the intersection of the liberal arts and technology, was to always be there. And we've always tried to stay in that spot and always think about the humanity, sort of the person behind the product, the person that's using the product, and have the technology kind of recede into the background. And time again, he showed that he was doing that. And he would make bold decisions on focus, as witnessed by, I think he even shared on one of these stages, that he initially was going to work on a tablet when he saw multi-touch, and decided, no, this could be a phone. And the phone was more important than the tablet. And so he took what was arguably a great idea and shelved it for years. This was not a, let's delay it a couple weeks or a year or something. This was multiple years. And iPad, as you know, people love the product.
So delaying it to the phone. He did lie about the phone on stage to us, absolutely directly, and then laughed about it the next year. And we go, did you lie to us? He goes, I did.
I think initially, Steve was very concerned that Apple could not control the product.
Yes, the orifice thing.
In a way that would make it the best product. He was worried that the carriers would direct the design of the product. And he was very worried that would wind up being a product that Apple should not be doing. And so it was not until he saw a way to change that that he became a huge proponent of Apple in the phone business.
He did on stage at LDC, he said, I don't like crawling through orifices. Which we were like, lovely.
Yeah, I was just wording a little differently.
Yeah, right. Well, he was talking about phone companies. And that's why you saw that picture of Walt and I going through the orifice. But one of the things that was interesting about it was getting control of that. Getting control of whether, Bob Iger talked about that, getting control of content, getting control of things that had been in powerful positions that prevented you from making things at that time, as I recall. When you think about that, Johnny, one of the things was design, the freedom of design. How do you look at current design right now of things compared to what you were making? I know you're working on a range of things, you can't talk about everything you're making. But how do you look at what's happened to design?
That's a curious. I mean, I think we're so sort of preoccupied with what we're wrestling with that's fairly sort of all-consuming. I think the problems, the challenges are, remain the same. I do think that there are fabulous affordances with interfaces like, for example, multi-touch, but we do remain physical beings, and I do think that there are opportunities, and sometimes I think potentially the pendulum may swing a little to have interfaces and products that are more tactile and more engaging physically. Obviously, there are the wins are substantial to have the ability to have an interface that is app-specific. But I think there are examples where
in 800 feet, turn left onto West End Road.
Like, multi-touch.
Like cars.
For example.
Yeah. What would a car you design look like?
I can't talk to you about that.
I could ask the same. What would a car you would design?
At the light, turn left onto West End Road.